Test, test, test. Test, 1, 2.
Let's ask all the legislators to join us in the chambers. We're going to do things a little bit differently today. Once everyone's here, we will be having the Health Committee first. I know there's an item, and we have several speakers on that, so rather than have them wait through the contracts portion of the rules, we're going to do the Health Committee first. That's all right. All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order and ask Legislator Bill Gaylord to lead us in the pledge. Please remain standing after the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, if everyone would please rise, hand over heart. Join me by saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This weekend was the 20th anniversary of 9/11, and all of us spent our time going to various ceremonies remembering that day. So I would like all of us to have a moment of silence for the 2,977 people who died in the Twin Towers, including the 412 emergency responders, of which 343 were FDNY, as well as all who have passed away since. And then please remain standing after that. Thank you. I'd also like to have a moment of silence for our former presiding officer, a longtime legislator, a very good friend to all of us, Judy Jacobs, who passed away 5 years ago today. Thank you. You can go. Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. At this time, I will call the Health and Social Service Committee to order, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Health and Social Service Committee roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Ranking Member Delia DeRigi-Whitten. Legislator C. William Gaylord III.
Present.
Legislator Laura Schaefer. Vice Chairman James Kennedy.
Here.
Chairwoman Rosemarie Walker.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. And before we begin, since there is an addendum, I will ask for a motion to suspend the rules
So moved.
by Legislator Gaylord, seconded by Legislator DeRigi-Whitten. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, the rules are suspended. Okay, the first item is clerk item number 303-21, which is a local law to establish the Nassau County Advisory Council on People with Disabilities. May I have a motion, please, by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Lafazan. The item is before us. Nassau residents of all ages and abilities deserve a voice in county government. This proposed local law provides such a voice to people with various disabilities by creating the Advisory Council on People with Disabilities within the Department of Human Services to advise both the legislature and county executive. This council consists of 15 members with a term of 3 years, appointed by the county executive and subject to the confirmation by the legislature as follows: 5 recommended by the presiding officer, 3 recommended by the minority leader, and 7 having one or more disabilities or being a representative of an organization that provides services to or advocacy on behalf of people with such disabilities as intellectual development disability, physical disability, blindness, legal blindness, deaf or hard of hearing, mental health disability, autism, and learning disability. Further, 7 representatives from various county departments serve as an ex officio non-voting member of the council. The council will meet regularly and advises and makes recommendations to the county executive in an array of areas related to people with disabilities: legislation, funding priorities, the county's capital budget and plan, the county's budget and plan, and the county's park and preserves infrastructure. Nassau County residents of all ages and abilities deserve a voice in county government. This proposed local law provides such a voice to people with various disabilities by creating the Advisory Council on People with Disabilities within the Department of Human Services. Any legislators have any comments that they'd like to make? Okay, Legislator Gaylord.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So we're here today to announce the formation of a legislative advisory board that discusses different ways that Nassau County can work better as a government for those with disabilities, and to make recommendations for this legislature as well as the county. And as we heard Legislator Walker mention, it will consist of members that either are physically disabled or living with Down syndrome or autism or hard of hearing, the blind, and so many more different categories. It's such a great opportunity for us to be better informed and better advised by people with disabilities or those that represent the disabled. And so this piece of legislation is definitely worthwhile. It's one that I wholeheartedly support. I thank my fellow colleagues, including Legislator Steve Rhodes, who was a big impetus in pushing this forward to get this here today. And it's really simple. Our goal is, as I simply stated, to make Nassau County work better for those living with disabilities. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Legislator Lafferzan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For a number of years, I've worked to make sure that we care for our most vulnerable in the community, and I want to thank Legislator Gaylor for this bill. I think it's an exceptional idea. Quite frankly, the statistics speak for themselves. 61 million adults, 61 million in the United States have a disability. 26%, or 1 in 4 adults in the United States, have some type of disability. We in Nassau County are making a strong statement that this county serves all residents regardless of ability, and that a government should always be judged based on how it cares for those most vulnerable residents in our community. So I look forward to voting yes for this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And thank you, Legislator Gaylor.
Thank you, Legislator Lapsa.
Legislator DeRiggi Whitten.
Can I ask you one question? Would you consider adding those with chronic disease as a possible member? I just think sometimes it's important to be aware of all the different, whether it's diabetes or, just things that maybe the public should also be aware of. I don't know if you'd consider that. And it just isn't listed on here. It might already be covered as a disability, but I think it'd be good just to have, because sometimes some pretty severe disabilities are kind of not obvious, and I think it would be a good a good a good view just to make people aware of you know, if we can do anything to make it easier, if it's training with the police, with, you know, when someone's pulled over about diabetes, or, you know, or should it be you know, I just think it's a good idea to include some things that might not be.
If I may.
What,
Yeah, so
With-
if I may, I think it's a very good idea. I think it's something that we can definitely look into. And I'm not speaking out of turn, I hope, and our Madam Chairperson will take it from here, but what we're focused here are those with diagnosed disabilities, whatever category they may be. So if somebody with diabetes is also diagnosed as disabled because of diabetes, then they're within this committee and its recommendations. But we can always turn this over to the committee once it's formed and let them consider if there should be additional classes of people that are incorporated within the umbrella of this committee. So I definitely think it's something we should look into, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, and thank you, Legislator DeRigi Whitten, for bringing that forward, and Legislator Gaylor also. And I think up until now, without having this committee, we've depended on those with disabilities often to reach out to us as individuals and address certain issues. I know I've done that in my district often, and reached out to various departments how we could help or whatever. But you know, this is having this advisory council would bring things to us before even a resident hopefully had to bring it to us. So thank you very much. Any other legislators have any comments? Okay. No. Yeah. You wanted to. Okay. All right. We have public comment. Public comment from first Elizabeth Treston would like to speak. Elizabeth, are you here? And Elizabeth, who do you have with you besides yourself today? Who's your service dog?
My service dog is MacGyver, number 2. Thank you.
Well, welcome MacGyver also.
But first, I'd like to thank Legislator Ford and Matthew Dwyer for letting me know about this committee. Can you hear me okay? Good afternoon, colleagues. I truly did not expect to speak today. My intent was, and is still, to ask you to pass this overdue task force for the county and all of its residents. If this task force was currently in place, I would not have had the experience I had an hour before. I went to park in what I refer to as my spot. It's located near the shade tree and the waste disposal bin. First, there's road work going on, so the road to my spot was closed off. I backed up and went out to the do not enter way to go into the other side that says do not enter to get to my spot. On autopilot, my trusty sidekick and I walked through the parking lot when I realized the road closure sign was not going to allow me to pass. I came back passing the 2 waste disposal collection bins and passed the ramp because, yes, you guessed it, there's no sign indicating ramp access this way. We went up the ramp, pushed the round access button that typically opens doors. Pushed again, and for good measure, pushed again. Mr. Polintz, Thompson, Mr. Pulitzer or Mr. Belinsky was passing with a peer, and he opened the door saying, "I needed to go the other way." His peer noted, "I couldn't go that way because, there's stairs." Now the three of us made our way to Neil. We all know Neil. He protects and serves. 3 people to get 1 person into this chamber that makes laws that should protect and enhance the lives of every county resident. So thank you for addressing this. And next time I come, I know that the task force will have provided all of you with policies that will prevent this from happening. And also I ask in the future that you learn to reframe your language. We are not vulnerable. We are strong. We are individuals. And if you turn your idea around and join us, we will have excellent policies for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Let's come aboard.
Laura Nugent Carter.
Good afternoon, legislators. My name is Laura Nugent Carter. First, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today about the proposed bill to create the Advisory Council on People with Disabilities. I am a lifelong Nassau County resident. I grew up in Merrick and currently reside in Baldwin. I come to you today because I envision a world where wheelchair users in Nassau County can live as freely as able-bodied people. I lived the first 37 years of my life as an able-bodied person, actually an athlete and a competitive ballroom dancer. However, in 2017, I was hit by a vehicle racing and driving recklessly while riding my motorcycle. And today, I walk with 2 prosthetic legs, which has taken me years to achieve. The challenges I have faced over the last 14 years reach far beyond my physical capabilities. As a result, I was unable to continue my career and needed temporary public assistance. In addition, I had to navigate inaccessible housing and infrastructure, medical expenses, transportation challenges, as well as emotional, mental, and spiritual distress. In the last 14 years, I had to reinvent myself. I made a decision to dedicate my life to disability advocacy and just graduated from Stony Brook University with a master's in social work with a concentration in public policy. I volunteer with the Office for the Physically Challenged and work with County Executive Curran to raise awareness for wheelchair accessibility and disability issues. I was blessed to have a tremendous support from friends and family, but not everyone is as fortunate. I am excited and moved to know that Nassau County wants to improve the lives of its disabled residents, who are often not seen and heard. This potential life-changing bill is a great start. It is my hope and prayer that it will result in specific, tangible benefits. Like most able-bodied people, I had no clue how difficult and far-reaching living with a disability is. Therefore, the bill must require the council to include a substantial number of actually disabled people to represent the wide variety of physical, intellectual, and mental disabilities covered under the bill. I am here asking to be considered for a position on the Advisory Council on People with Disabilities. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you to create a more inclusive community for Nassau County residents.
Thank you so much, Laura. Gina Barbara.
Good afternoon. My name is Gina Barbara. I reside in Wantagh, and I am a constituent of Legislative District 19. I come before you today as first an individual with a disability, but more importantly, as an advocate. A few weeks ago, a legislation was filed by the majority, Legislation 303-21, to form a Nassau County Disability Council. This has been advocated for constantly over many years and sadly was never introduced. It should be noted that Suffolk County has had a Disability Council since August of 1975, and this council was amended again in August of 2002. I strongly support this legislation and urge for a vote in the affirmative on September 27th, and hope for bipartisan camaraderie and implementation to assist all residents of Nassau County. Together, let us make Nassau County the place to work, play, and raise a family. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gina. Legislator Rhodes?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I appreciate the courtesy of allowing me to speak, even though I'm not a member of the committee. And I just, Gina, wanted to thank you for your advocacy and for your leadership on this issue. As you and I have spoken, my dad, John, had multiple sclerosis. For the last 15 years of his life, he was confined to a wheelchair, and it was a tough adjustment from someone who was the first starting quarterback in Jericho High School's very first class, to being someone who, by the end of his life, only had, out of his 4 limbs, couldn't use his legs, couldn't use his left hand, and only had partial use of his right hand. It was a tough adjustment for him, and from a family standpoint, I don't think you can ever really realize the challenges to accomplish the simple, ordinary, daily tasks and activities of daily living that we simply take for granted, that all of a sudden become a major undertaking, and in some circumstances become impossible. My dad was an avid Met fan, for example. He didn't go to see a ball game at Shea Stadium, because Shea Stadium wasn't you could get in, but it was very difficult to be able to move around that ballpark. It wasn't until Citi Field and the new amenities that, after weeks of planning on how we were going to get there, how he was going to get around, and how he was going to be able to use simple things like being able to use a restroom, being able to use, thankfully in the new facility it had those amenities. Those are the reason that this council is so important is because we don't have the perspective. And it's a perspective that you can only get from someone who is living the fight. And my hope with the Disability Council is that this is going to add an important voice from people who are living that fight every single day of their lives on how we can make Nassau County open, how we can make Nassau County more accessible, and how we can make Nassau County live up to the promise that we've made, that we're going to make it a great county for all of Nassau County residents to be able to enjoy. So, my hope is that whomever winds up serving on this council and whatever work this council does, that it's geared towards making sure that in every way, whether it's our parks, whether it's Nice Bus, whether it's access to government buildings, whether it's additional services that we can be providing, that we're doing everything we can as a county to optimize the opportunity for individuals with disabilities to be able to enjoy as full a life as possible. And your voices are incredibly important. I said at the time that we introduced this bill that as elected officials we spend a lot of time talking. This is an opportunity for us to do some listening, and it's well past time that we did that. So I want to thank you, Gina, for being an inspiration behind the bill, and I want to thank. I believe we have one additional speaker, at least one additional speaker who's going to talk to it, but I appreciate the chairwoman giving me this opportunity to be able to say thank you to all of you who've come out today in support of it, and I would urge my colleagues on the Health Committee to join in that support. But thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Rose. Darrell Godfrey.
Hello, my name is Darrell Godfrey. It's my first time here. I'm hard of hearing. Disability is in all shape, form, and the problem is I don't have a translator here. I have to sit here, don't have no interpreter, nothing. And I would like to know what's going on, just like everybody else. And we are civilians, and we're American. And I believe that disabilities should be taken seriously. Now, I might have went over some of the things that I'm asking today, as far as disability, as far as everybody is not just somebody in a wheelchair with one arm, person blind, person who's deaf, person who have mental problems, all forms of disability. I'm surprised that we don't have anybody here that can interpret for my disability. I'm surprised. This is not a government that just opened up today or yesterday. This been in law. The federal government had said that you always must comply. The federal government and New York State said you must have a sign language interpreter in all events. And unfortunately, we're not getting anything. I don't know anything about this. And as a person who is disabled, that lived in Nassau County all my life, I was born and raised disabled. I want to be part of America. Sorry, it's just, it's unfair for us. It's unfair for people who are disabled, who need help, and people who doesn't have any disability at all can just push us to the side and like we don't even exist. So if you're going to form a committee for people for disabled, at least have a committee with everybody, all forms, talk to all forms of type of people with different disabilities, so you can understand it and know it better and what can put in place to try to help them. We don't want handout, we want help. We want to be part of decision making as well as anything. So I apologize if I probably went off because I couldn't hear everything that you said. You young lady probably said everything that I said, but I couldn't hear, so I don't know what was said. So I'm sitting in this meeting. If it wasn't for my wife telling me she's hearing, she's telling me, oh, they called your name, and I had to stand up, and I speak when I had to speak. But if I didn't have my wife today, you would be calling my name forever. I need a little bit more understanding from everybody. Everybody. We all need understanding. It's not just a person with a wheelchair. Today, it's all forms of mental, everything, disability. And we have to understand, we want to be part of the decision-making too. We want to be part of this committee. We don't want to just be, just sitting on the side, okay, here's a penny, and go sit down and be quiet. We want to be part. We want to be part of this decision. So I'm asking, if you're going to have this committee, I know you probably have family members that have some type of disability. but you still need people who are disabled to understand what disability, being disabled, is about. You can never put yourself in my shoe, her shoe, or anybody's shoe until you actually live their life and understand what they go through on a daily basis. This is not just here. This is everywhere in my life. Work, home, everywhere. Going out to an outing. We just want to be understood. That's all I have to say. I just hope that from this committee coming in, it will make it better and easier for everybody in Nassau County who are disabled to be able to enjoy living and loving around people in Nassau County. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak on this, and wish you well on this matter. And thank you very much.
Darrell, thank you very much. Thank you. And our final speakers are Clinton Brown and Kim Russell.
Good afternoon, Council. Thanks for inviting us today and having us here to speak on this very important topic. My name is Clinton Brown. I've been a lifelong resident of Hicksville, and I've known Mrs. Walker here for quite a number of years. I attended the Viscardi School growing up, went to Hofstra University, loved Nassau County, graduated with my bachelor's in finance and banking, and I've worked in my career with Cablevision and Altice for 18 years now. I own my own home with my wife and my little boy Logan, who's 14 months old. He's a little person as well, and so is my wife, and we both work full-time jobs. We're advocates, and we want to see the community better for Logan when he's a teenager than it was when I was a teenager. I think this is a wonderful idea. I think we should have representatives across the board of people with disabilities, varying types of disabilities, varying races, ethnicities, and genders. So we have a cross-section, because intersectionality is very important to have on any council that's created. It's been 30 years since the ADA has passed, and like the great Judy Heumann said, who staged the 504 sit-in in the 70s, nothing for us without us. Those are very powerful words as we sit here today. There are issues in the county that we can address: voting, accessibility, transportation, increased employment, more opportunities in jobs, and accessibility in our public buildings where we have forums such as this to make sure that everybody can attend on an even playing field. I love Nassau County, and I plan on staying here a long time, and I really hope that one day I can help make this county awesome for people with disabilities. Thank you for creating this, and I look forward to hopefully working all together to make some really positive, terrific changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Legislature. I'm joining Clinton here. I actually work at the Viscardi Center in the Henry Viscardi School, so I'm here just to speak on behalf of the thousands and the hundreds of thousands of individuals with disabilities that the Viscardi Center has served over the past 70-plus years. And I just want to leave you with 3 additional points, because I think all of the individuals who spoke here today really did a wonderful job in really painting the picture of why this task force and this council is needed. But as Clinton said, the ADA was passed more than 30 years ago, and there is so much that has been done for individuals with disabilities, but there is so much more to be done. And I want you to think about the fact that 83% of people with disabilities have acquired their disability throughout their life, whether it was an accident, an illness, etc. So any one of us who consider ourselves able-bodied today may be a person with with a disability tomorrow. So think about that. That's really powerful. And we're here and we're talking about all the challenges that these individuals with disabilities have, but think about the contributions that they make to our society. As Clinton mentioned, their parents, their employees, their taxpayers, their homeowners. So their voice needs to be heard as much as anybody else's. And my final comment will just be that the Viscardi Center vision is to accelerate a more accessible world. We hope that you will join us and this council will be formed and all of us can do that together. Thank you.
I want to thank you again, Kim, and of course a special thank you to Clinton, who I've known, no pun intended, Clinton, but since he's a little boy, but he is just an amazing, amazing human being, Clinton, and probably one of the funniest and young man you could ever know, and just is involved in so much in what he does. He coaches the Towers basketball team, which is a basketball team made up of little people, and they've won championships and represented us all over the world here, and he's just a great dear friend who his family for a long time, and Clinton lives around the corner from my daughter in a beautiful Levitt home that they retrofitted to fit Clinton and his wife and now little Logan, who's a beautiful little boy. So I thank each and every one of you who came here today. And yes, you came here and you spoke about the need for us to address this and people with disabilities, but I could tell you each and every one of you have many abilities that you can bring forward to us, and I cannot thank you enough for all of you being here today. So God bless you all, and I am sure this is going to get through this committee very well and then come before the full legislature in the future. So thank you so much. Okay, there are, well, let's vote on this one first. Okay, was there any other public comment? Did anyone else have any public comment too? Any other legislators have anything they wanted to add? Okay, then all those in favor of passing this item signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously, and it will move on to the Rules Committee. Okay, there are three other, sure, you can give it a round of applause. There are three other items on the agenda. Clerk, item 304-21, 305-21, and on the addendum was 335-21. And these are all ordinances supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance connection with the health department. May I have a motion, please, by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. And we have
Good afternoon, Mary Ellen Lorraine, Department of Health. Item 304-21 is a supplemental appropriation. It's in the amount of $19,171,026. This is for the reopening of schools. This is federal pass-through money through the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to New York State. This grant will provide funds to school districts for the COVID-19 testing responsibilities. Testing remains critically important to identify and appropriately mitigate the spread of illness throughout the community. Tomorrow, Nassau County will survey the schools to determine their needs and interests. The county plans to do this through the Boost Nassau vendor. Are there any questions?
Any questions on item 304?
Hi, Legislator Gaylor. How does it get down to the individual school districts, and who decides what school district gets what amount of money?
So all the school districts, it's going to be available to all, including private, parochial, and the plan is for it to be equitable in their distribution.
So based on student population, and what do you mean by equitable? Do we have,
Yes, it's going to be based on population.
and that applies equally to charter schools and
Correct.
private schools? I guess
Private
are included
schools.
in there as well?
Private schools,
Those
state-run
seats?
schools,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do they have to apply for does each school district have to apply?
Each school, we are surveying them. This is brand new. They will get information based on their interest. Some may not be, but they will have to contact and they will have to submit their claims. The CDC has a whole list of what is eligible and what is not. So they will have to submit those claims. They will have to be approved and submit to Nassau County.
Thank you. Any other legislators have any questions? Okay, item 305.
Sorry, I have a lot of paperwork. Item 305-21 is a supplemental appropriation. It's in the amount of $948,929. This is for our early intervention administration grant. This is funded through the New York State Department of Health, and it helps assist with our administrative costs of the program.
Any questions by the legislators? Any public comment? Okay, and then lastly, item 335.
This is on the addendum.
On the addendum, yes.
Item 335-21 is a supplemental appropriation. It's for $1,715,912. This is for our WIC program. WIC is a federally funded supplemental nutrition program that provides vouchers for food for infants, pregnant women, and children who qualify.
How did we find there was any uptake or uptick in that during COVID?
I believe so. We were very successful in doing the program remotely, and all of the participants now use like a like a debit type card, right, which is nice because there's not a stigma attached. There's no like checks, and so I think there's a little bit of an uptick.
Because I'm sure some people who might not have needed it before, if they were out of work or
right,
whatever, they did need that.
Right, but we were very successful in doing it remotely, which was good.
Okay, and again, I want to thank you for all you did during the, not that we're out of the craziness, but I guess we're maybe not as crazy as we were, months and a year back. So again, thank you for all you have done in your entire department.
It's a great team at the department, it really is. Thank you.
Sure was, thank you. Any other questions from the other legislators? Any other comments? Any public comment? Okay, hearing none, we will vote on clerk items 304-21, 305-21, and 335-21. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
Legislator Walker, may I just correct the record? I think I misspoke.
Sure. On which?
On item, the school, item 304-21.
Okay.
Good afternoon, legislators. Sean Sally, Nassau County Department of Public Works. Just wanted to clarify legislators' question regarding how funds will be apportioned or allocated to the individual districts and private schools. So the county is sending out a survey, a brief questionnaire, hopefully tomorrow, to districts and private schools to gauge their need for eligible expenses under this program. We're not sure if all the districts are going to actually bite on this particular funding source, so we're trying to get a sense of who's out there and what type of projects they look to fund. So based on that information, we'll be able to craft the program so that it'll be either first come, first serve, or a cap per grant, so that most, if not all, districts and schools and private schools will get a piece of the funding action. But again, at this point, we're not sure how the funding is going to be allocated.
Is it possible for us to get that list that you're going to send out to the district, like what they might qualify for, just so that we know, perhaps in...
I can get that to you.
Okay. thank you.
It's at the CDC list.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's go back on, we'll go back to all of them.
I'll send it to the clerk's office.
Okay, and then the clerk will get it to us. Okay, so then all in favor of clerk items 304, 305, and 335-21 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, so they will all move on to finance then.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no other business before the committee. May I have a motion to adjourn by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Drucker. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. And we are adjourned. And next is Rules Committee, correct?
Yes. I would invite all Rules Committee members back into the chambers. All right, let's call the Rules Committee to order. Mike, please call the roll.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Rules Committee. Legislator Sheila Bino. Legislator Delia DeRiggi-Whitten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Howard Copel. Chairman Richard Nicolello. We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you. As we always do, we're going to handle the contracts portion of the committee first, and I'm going to call all the following contracts. A31, A34, A35, A44, A45, A50, A51. These are resolutions authorizing the Commissioner of Shared Services to award and execute purchase orders or blanket purchase orders between the county and Night Fighter Tactical Incorporated, Comfort Cool, Intelitech Corporation, Cogsdale Corporation, Cascade Airframe Repair, Ademia Identity and Security. E116, a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a license agreement between the county and Felico's Pizzeria. E118, E119, E120, E121, E122, E125, E126, E127, E128, E129, E30, E31, E130, E131, E132, E133, E134, E135, E136, E137, E138, E-139 and E-140. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute personal services agreements or amendments to personal services agreements between the county and the following: Bond, Shenick, and King, the Vince Salette Law Firm, West Group Law PLLC, Euro Lloyd Travel Group, Knowledge Builders, Roma Wallens, Jackson Lewis, VHB Engineering, Lyro Program and Construction, Quatella Chameri, Montfort Healy, Vecchione, Thompson Consultant Services, Tetra Tech, Debris Tech, New Wave People Inc., VHB Engineering and Surveying, and National Medical Services. To put these before us, Minority Leader Abrahams makes a motion. Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell seconds the motion. So all of those contracts are now before us. Before we call up the first speaker, two of those contracts are going to be tabled. They are E-126, which is a contract with Knowledge Builders, and E-138, which is a contract with New Wave Builders. I need a motion to table. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Bino. All in favor of tabling those contracts signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, those contracts are tabled. All right, let's go on to the contracts. The first contracts we have are with the NCPD.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. The first item, A31-21, is to award and authorize a purchase order for night vision goggles imaging system for the Nassau County Police Department's aviation unit. This solicitation was advertised in Newsday and posted on the bid board. The vendor being recommended for this award was the lowest responsible bidder, meeting specifications. The maximum amount authorized is $179,000.
You said it's for the aviation?
Yes, it's for our aviation bureau. It's for our pilots.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Nope. Let's go to the next one.
Item A-5021 is to award and authorize a purchase order for the Nassau County Police Department's Aviation Bureau for 2 helicopter engines. The solicitation was advertised in Newsday and posted in the bid board. The lowest responsible bidder was Cascade Airframe Repair Incorporated. The maximum amount authorized under this purchase order is $1,738,622.60. This is going to be federally grant funded.
Recently we had approved funding for new helicopters.
Yes, sir.
So why the need for helicopter engines?
So these 2 engines allow our aviation bureau to keep both helicopters available to fly when an engine needs to be shipped out of state for maintenance. They've come close to the terms where they've had to, that may have to happen, and therefore they will always be able to swap out an engine. Our own pilots have that capability.
Again, we had authorized the purchase of new helicopters. I don't know if you would know this question answer, but what does the fleet look like? Is it a combination now of newer helicopters and older helicopters?
Last I checked, we have the 2 new helicopters, and I believe, don't quote me on this, I'd have to verify, I think there's a third that they use more for training purposes, but these are for the 2 newer helicopters, so that they're always able to, their Pratt & Whitney engines swap in and out.
Okay. All right. It's a little confusing to us, or to me as a layperson, because if you're buying a new helicopter, you wouldn't think there would be a need to swap out engines.
The way it's explained to me is when they come to the point where the maintenance, significant maintenance, say, based on hours and things like that, they will actually have to package the item, the engine, and potentially ship it out of state. When that happens, the helicopter obviously can't fly, so having the backup engine keeps it capable to fly.
Has this been the policy before this? Have we had engines to swap out? Is that, or this no?
I think I can find out.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Legislator Schaefer?
I'm not sure if I missed your last question, but my question was, is this standard practice to have like backup engines for any helicopter? Have you had that in the past, or like how have we done that in the past?
I would have to find out if we've had this in the past.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'm just thinking, usually like with a car, you kind of know when something's going wrong, and then maybe, you don't have a backup engine. Not that, obviously, this is different circumstances where we use the helicopters, but it just seemed like presiding officer said a little bit different than what I would think you would do.
So, again, I'm certainly not any expert in helicopters, but I know in a car, for instance, and that's, I guess, the closest I'd get, swapping an engine is something like 15 or 20 hours of work. You say a pilot can do it?
Our aviation mechanics, the people that we have that work there, they're capable of being able to do so.
But that's a major procedure, isn't it, just swapping an engine?
I can't, I'll be honest with you, I don't know how substantial timing it is, but
and what
I've been told they can do it.
When you say maintenance, what are we talking about? You know? I mean, because why can't that be done in the helicopter while it's sitting there? Why does it have to be removed and shipped out?
I'll have to find out exactly. I believe it has to do with the specific things that we can do on site versus things that we couldn't do on site or we're not comfortable doing on site.
In other words, is each of these maintenance things, is that a complete rebuild, and how often does that happen? You don't know.
My understanding is it's as needed.
Okay.
Legislator Rhodes?
My understanding is that this is a fairly common practice in the military for tanks, for helicopters. Having extra engines so you can swap them out keeps them mission capable, so that the downtime for that particular piece of equipment is significantly reduced. So, with this being federally funded, it's not an additional expense to the county, and having the spare significant parts, would allow the aviation unit to continue to fly without having a helicopter down for a significant period of time. Is that right?
Yes, sir. The premise, from what I've been told, is the idea that we wouldn't have a helicopter available because it had to have engine work, was especially with some of our agreements that we have with the Coast Guard, and so we didn't want to not be able to have the capability of having one of our helicopters unavailable for a long term. So this is port security grant funded mainly to supply us with them.
So if it takes a day for us to actually complete the work on our own, it's better than having a helicopter out of service for an extended period of time.
What's the useful life of the engines?
I have to get that information for you.
Anyone else have any questions?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So how many aviation mechanics do we have on staff here?
We have 7 pilots. We may have 1 or 2 mechanics. I'd have to check.
Okay, yeah, I would be interested to know that. Because I was concerned when you said the pilots were doing it, because those are completely 2 different disciplines.
It's our aviation mechanics. I'd have to check the exact number.
Thank you. Let me know that. I'd appreciate it.
The grant that funds this, is it specific to this item?
The 28, as in the 2018 grant, is it specific?
Well, I think that's what I'm asking as well. We're getting a grant from the federal government, but is it specific that we use it to purchase the engines, or is it possible that these grants flowing from the federal government could be used for other purposes?
I'd have to check. Might have been what we were requested. It's possibly what we requested the funding for, and that's what we were granted.
All right. Legislator Bino?
Thank you. So I guess my question is, and I understand, as Legislator Rhodes said, we want to be mission ready. Have we encountered a scenario where our helicopters were down for a significant period of time because of engine maintenance?
I believe because of the relatively new age of the helicopters, not to my knowledge, but that's definitely something I can find out in more recent time if it has happened.
Okay, and it all makes sense to me that we would not want to be without our helicopters for a significant period of time. But I guess it would be helpful if we knew that in the past with older models that we may have encountered that. I think it would be helpful for us.
I totally understand.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one, A51.
A51-21 is to award and authorize a purchase order for a DMEA live scan cabinets. These are fingerprint machines mainly for our precincts. We are purchasing 7 total units. The DMEA is the system. It created the APHIS system. The actual cabinet is proprietary hardware, software components, which combine to make our work with our current APHIS, it's called fingerprint software. It is New York State grant funded. That's it.
Okay. Any questions? No? E125?
E125-21. This is an amendment to our existing contract for travel services with Nassau County. The services that are provided are domestic and mainly domestic and international travel for when NCPD members have to conduct investigations, prisoner transports, extraditions. The original RFP was in 2018. The contractor also provides services for the Sheriff's Department, Social Services, and the Probation Department. The amendment increases the amount by $150,000 and exercises the options that were in the original contract through 2023.
Okay. Deputy Presiding Officer Copel.
Okay, so I didn't understand. This is the original contract provided for this extension.
Yes, sir.
Does this? Okay. Why do we need travel agents in this day and age? I mean, they hardly exist anymore. Why? Are there no travel people within the police department? Someone assigned to handle ticketing and so forth?
We do not have someone that's specifically tasked to do these type of to make these type of purchases. They do provide a service, whereas they try to find best rates. They have agreements, I guess, with or they look for the best rates they can get. And there have been times where they've called us and have told us that it's not, maybe we should look into traveling a different time or date if it was possible. They pay for the services up front and then are reimbursed by us at a later date.
I'm sorry, this doesn't include ticket prices, does it?
No, they only get a service charge for a transaction. But
and don't they get money from the airlines and so forth as well?
I'm not sure about that. I believe it's $19, around $19 a transaction when they buy the actual tickets, when they book the tickets, when they book the tickets, and then they put in a claim for us to pay them.
For the $19. For the $19 each ticket.
I believe it's a transaction.
Per transaction. And has it been the department's experience that overall this saves money?
I would have to check. They have called us before and have said at times, hey, this is probably not the best time or day to travel. Maybe we should look at, okay, can you wait till tomorrow type of a thing. So it does seem like they do have they have our interests there.
I hope so, yeah. Okay, I just really kind of wonder why we need outside. Would it not make sense to have, look, you don't have an awful lot of travel, is there? I wouldn't think that this is something that happens.
Our detective division does use it quite often. I don't have an exact amount. It can be a decent amount of money over the course of a year.
I'm wondering if a full-time employee, or maybe even part-time, actually, part-time employee might not be more efficient. I would ask that you...
Something we could definitely explore.
Sure. All right, thank you.
Any other questions on this one? No. All right, you have one more, E140.
Item E140-21 This is an amendment to the existing contract with National Medical Services Incorporated. They provide laboratory services for the police department. It extends the term for 2 additional years. There is no increase in this in funding for this amendment. They mainly drug evidence for us.
Okay. All right. Any questions on this? Nope. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you.
Next contracts are with Public Works. Before you start, Ken, I wanted to say that your staff did a very good job with the chambers here. I think the upgrades, I mean, it almost feels like a different space with the lighting and everything. So let's extend our compliments to all those that worked on it.
I will do that. Thank you. Okay, so the first item, 834, is a contract for AC maintenance and repair associated with computer rooms. We had 7 bidders, and Comfort Cool AC was the lowest responsible bidder.
Why don't you do there's 2 with Comfort Cool, right? So why don't we just do them both together?
Okay, and then 835 is also an AC maintenance and repair contract for split systems and portable air conditioning units. Again, we had 6 bids, and Comfort Cool HVAC was the lowest responsible bidder.
Okay. It's just between the 2 of them, it's $9 million, the maximum amount. Is this usual? Is this a usual expense of the county?
Well, on A34, this contract allows us to install units, so that's why we upped the number this year.
Okay.
So we can put new units in. It's not just maintenance. And I would have to double check if A35 has that same language.
Any particular buildings that are targeted for new units?
Not at this time. It's just right now it's just maintenance.
All right. Okay, but 834 allows you to do that.
Yes.
Install, you know.
So like we had an issue a couple of years ago at 60 Charles Lindbergh, we had to put a new unit in.
Right.
So this would give us that opportunity.
All right. Any other questions? Nope. 118, E118.
So E118 is a contract for environmental facilities on-call construction management services. We had 13 firms submit. AECOM was one of the 8 selected vendors based on the technical score.
Any questions? Okay, Ken.
My next one's E129. E129 is an additional firm for our traffic on-call services. We initially selected 5 of the 8 firms. We are currently in the process of adding 2 additional firms, which VHB is one of the 2 firms.
All right. So how many firms in total do you expect to have doing on-call engineering?
Should be 7. And the reason was not all the firms bid on every project.
Okay.
So we wanted to get more engagement.
And from your experience and your review, they're all qualified?
Yes.
Right. Any questions? Nope. Okay, let's move to E130.
So E130 is a contract amendment for Lear Engineering associated with the Family Mat Court. It's in a 2-year extension and an additional $1 million in services.
And this is for Phase 2?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us again what the timeline is for the Family Court. I know we ask you every time, so
Family
I want to be
Court,
consistent.
it's an 18-month contract from April of this year. There are some concerns right now associated with delivery of mechanical equipment because of COVID, so we're looking at that process right now.
Okay. The 18-month timeline is what is expected to happen at the end of that 18 months?
The completed project.
Completed project. Okay.
Yes.
Well, we would certainly look forward to that.
That's my goal.
Any questions on this one? Yes.
Question on E129.
Okay, we haven't voted on anything, so you can always go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask that question
Yeah,
now?
sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, hi, Ken. I have a question about VHB.
Yes.
So they were ranked number 6 out of all of the others on the technical rank.
Mm-hmm.
Why did we go with them as opposed to those that were ranked?
Legislator, we already selected the top 5. We had done that about a year and a half ago. We're adding 2 additional firms.
Okay.
So we're adding VHB, and I believe the other was AECOM. AECOM hasn't reached, we're still working on the disclosures with them, but we're adding more firms to our pool of on-call consultants for traffic.
Okay, so they're just gonna be added as an on-call?
Yes, we already have contracts with the top 5.
But with someone ranking like, I don't know, I understand what you're saying is you're working your way down the list based on the submissions we received. You know, ranking a technical score of 96.8 is, when you get down to 8, it's going to be 72.3. And with VHB, we're at 84. Now, 84 is a fair score, it seems. But there could be some significant differences that in, I guess, the factors or the variables that got them down to number 6. I'm just interested to know the difference between them being ranked number 1 and number 6.
This contract includes both design services and construction management services. So some firms are stronger in one area than the other area, but all that is flushed out because we do each task order is a mini bid. So we still go through a second selection process. So VHB will still, as we go through if we have for example, a task that I want to do a study at a location, all firms that are currently selected, in this case would be the top 5 plus VHB, would submit mini proposals, and they still have to rank number 1 to get that project. So this only gives them the ability to be in the pool of consultants that we evaluate for our mini bids.
I understand it, but I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around the technical score being significantly different, especially as we go down the list. And if the idea is that we're going to work our way right down this list, we're going to go from someone who ranked 96.8 to someone who ranks 72.3. Like, it's like a 20-point plus difference.
My traffic group looked at that, and VHB has done work for us, and actually VHB later in this session there'll be another contract for them on traffic work. So they do have talent in the area of traffic. I have to go back to the scores and why Greenman Peterson might have been 96 and they were 84. There was probably one component that they had a concern about with VHB, but in working through the mini task bids, that can be managed and worked through.
I think for me to have like real comfort in being able to approve something like that, I would need to know that you actually reviewed, what variable or component led to such a significant difference in the technical score, and that you know that they can perform under the contract that they're looking at. I think we should know that. If you're giving us, this contract for us to take into consideration to add them to the on-call, I want to make sure there's no major deficiency in whatever the services that they would need to provide. I don't know that VHB really gives me that much concern, but I know as we get down to KLD, I would be concerned.
Yeah, my team has not recommended KLD.
I know we haven't gotten down there yet,
right.
But if you're telling me we're just working down a list,
yeah,
I say at some point, once we get below a certain score, we should probably rebid, so we get a whole bunch of fresh new bids in. I'm not trying to make a mountain out of a molehill here.
No,
I'm just saying that there's a reason why they didn't bid. Their bid didn't get ranked higher, and when we get down to number 8, if we're talking about just working down a list, when we get down to number 8, we're giving a bid to someone who ranked 20% lower than the original bid that came in.
I know in discussing with my team that I don't believe that KLD will ever be recommended. I know AECOM, their score is also low, but AECOM has construction management talent, and I would think that's where my team is looking to use them, not in the design aspect of traffic work. But today we're not talking about AECOM, we're talking about VHB.
I know what we're talking about, but
I'm talking in general, the big picture.
Yeah, it's there's a reason why they didn't come in higher. So I just wanted to know what it was. You're saying you don't know what it is right now.
I'd have to go back, because this was done a couple years ago. We'll probably be rebidding this probably next year. These contracts also, their terms are probably up probably by the end of this year.
I just think that if you're gonna come and give us that kind of, bring this kind of contract to us, that we should know that you knew what the deficiency was, where they ranked lower, and that it wouldn't be of concern in this particular contracts.
My assumption is we haven't used VHB in a couple of years for any construction management, so they probably are weaker on that point, where they are very strong on the design side.
And they're gonna be used for design only on this?
Well, like I said, there'll be mini task bids each time, and I would expect their reviews to be in parallel to the overall review when the time comes.
Thank you for answering the questions.
Okay, I know that you just addressed E-130 with Lyro, but my understanding is that the Inspector General is still reviewing that contract, and that she is still reviewing contract E-136 with Tetra Tech, Inc. So at this time, I would call for a motion to table E-130 and E-136, moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator DeRidge Whitten. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, those two contracts are tabled. So the next two are E-135 and E-137.
Okay. So E-135 and E-137 is our professional service associated with disaster-related debris removal monitoring services. 4 firms submitted, and the department is selecting the 3 highest technically ranked firms. They include Tetra Tech, the one item that we just tabled, which is actually Tetra Tech we did table, right. And then Debris Tech and Thompson are the other 2.
All right. Any questions on these? Just a quick question off topic with Tropical Storm Ida. Any extensive damage to the county facilities that you can report on?
We've had a number of washouts and issues up on the North Shore. Glenwood Avenue is one big one that we're cleaning up right now, and a couple other smaller ones. So we did have some damage, and we have assessment reports in working with FEMA, like we typically would.
And Ken, I just want to thank you, because we did have a sewer backup and a few other things, and you answered me right away. It was, I guess it was like, I don't know, 8 o'clock in the morning, and I appreciate it. We also had I don't think it's going to affect the county, but we had a sand dune collapse in Sands Point that caused extensive damage on Furwood. The whole sand dune collapsed onto the neighborhood below. And I was there with the county executive. And
this is on Inwood?
Inwood and
yes.
Furwood.
We're looking at that also.
Is the county going to have a role in that?
Believe it or not, the county owns one little parcel of that whole hillside.
I heard that.
That's probably an old tax lien.
I heard that.
So, my update from my team is that the upland fell onto that and gave concern. So I'm not sure where we are right now in that remediation.
All right, if you could let me know. I mean, there were 8 feet of sand in someone's basement, if you can imagine. It's horrible. But, all right, Thank you so much.
All right, the last Public Works contract, I believe, is VHB Engineering, which is E-139.
Yes, so E-139 is an engineering design services contract for the replacement of signals on the South Shore related to Hurricane Sandy. We received DOT funding for this project at 80%. We had 80 proposals, and VHB was the highest technically ranked firm. And MWB is at 16%.
Any questions? No. All right, I think we're good. All right, we have a couple of contracts with IT.
Good afternoon, Nancy Stanton, IT. Intelitech A44 2021. This contract is for the jail management system. It's the annual license and maintenance. Term is from August 2021 through August of 2022. Any questions?
I'm told that in the backup, there's an indication that the system is not stable.
They do have issues from time to time. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
We're endeavoring to see if we could get, I'm sorry,
Deputy Undersheriff Antonio Cruz, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're endeavoring to see if there's other options, but at this point, this is a software that we use to maintain the operations of the jail on a daily basis.
Okay. Tell me about what operations it maintains.
In the admissions process, the discharge process, the commissary, cash deposits, et cetera, et cetera. Basically, it's our information platform for the inmate population. The concern is obviously when we hear something like this system is not stable, that the major concern is we don't want to see our officers put at risk at all. Can you affirm that there's any issues with this software, et cetera, is not going to endanger our officers? Well, the purpose of the contract is to continue the software so we can maintain operability and while we're exploring other options.
Okay, but we need some sort of statement or assurance that this software is not endangering our officers.
Like anything else, I can't specifically.
I guess you can make a guarantee in life, but you
I can't. I can't guarantee, but we need the software to operate on a daily basis, and any issues that come up are rectified with the vendor.
All right. Your answers really, to me, are not satisfactory. And I understand what you're saying, that you need this to continue operations, but I would ask IT, the administration, the jail, the sheriff, to do whatever they have to do in the near term to identify either a replacement or a complete fix to this.
Well, sir, that's actually in process. This contract is to maintain us until that comes to fruition. We were actively looking to replace the system that we have.
Okay. When do we think we'll have?
Probably the second quarter of next year.
Is there an RFP out?
I believe it's a system that was on state contract.
Oh, this system. Well, so what's the process then?
You want to speak to the process for state contract? It's on a state contract, so we can procure through procurement.
All right. So, but what's the next step? I know you were talking about the second quarter of next year. What is it you're doing now to get the next contract?
We're actually having meetings with the vendor to make sure that it satisfies the needs of the jail. We've had kickoff meetings already.
Okay. Well, you can expect that we will be asking about this on a regular basis.
Okay.
Make sure that. Okay. Any questions from anyone else? No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. 845 with Cogsdale Corporation.
Yes. This contract is also annual maintenance and support for the county's financial system, the data warehouse. The annual expense is $124,871. The term is July 1st, 2021 through June of 2022.
Okay. No, why was the contract late?
Just getting the vendor to fill out forms.
Oh, my goodness.
It's an ongoing problem.
Okay. What? Yeah, I mean, that's actually, then maybe that vendor should be not renewed going forward. If it takes, is it sole source?
Yes, it's sole source.
Oh, it's maintenance, okay. Yeah, all right, so maybe you should be looking at another system at some point. If it takes them over a year to fill out paperwork, then there's a problem. I mean, I would count that as something that raises suspicions about their ability to do whatever they do.
Well, it was only submitted to purchasing in May of this past year with COVID and people being out, so there was a delay on our part as well, I have to be honest.
Okay. Anyone, any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one contract with the Parks Department.
Good afternoon, Tori Queso with the Department of Parks. E116 is a license agreement with Felico's Pizzeria to provide full food and beverage and catering services for the department and other various county agencies if they need, with the approval of the department, at certain county events, including the Veterans Picnic is our major event that we use this type of contract for. Where the county provides such services to third parties at no cost. It is for a maximum of $75,000 a year for a total of $375,000 over the 5-year term.
Okay. Any questions? No? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
County Attorney, a bunch of county attorney contracts.
Good afternoon, Legislator. Chief Deputy County Attorney Jessica Molinares.
Let's start with 119.
Sure. E119 is a contract between the county attorneys with the law firm of Bond Schenck. This is regarding a discrimination claim that's actually currently active.
All right, any questions on this one? Nope. E120?
E120 is
Wait,
for...
Yeah, we want to do E120 and E121 together as the same law firm.
Same law firm,
Yeah.
E120 and E121 are both with the law firm of Vince Sillett. They are our trial counsel on various tax cert matters that are on for trial. Tax certiorari matters.
Okay. So these cases were handled in-house until trial stage?
I believe so. Yeah, they were, yes.
All right, and it also says they're providing general legal advice and counsel to ARC, Department of Assessment and County Attorney's Office on assessment-related matters?
Correct.
Is that something they've been doing in the past?
No, and I wouldn't say it's been frequent. It's just been more on an as-needed basis. As we're preparing for trial, we have seen various other just issues arise that we've sought their guidance on.
Any questions on this too? Nope. E122 is with the West Group.
E122 is with the law firm of the West Group, and that's on 2 matters that have actually subsequently been resolved. They were also discrimination matters.
Okay. Any questions? Legislator Schaefer.
Good afternoon, over here. I just noticed that the fees are slightly different for, something like West Group, and I know we didn't get to it yet, but there was another firm, maybe it was Quatella, Shamari, that the fees are different, like per partner, for associate. Can you tell me what that's based on?
Those are based on the essentially the budgets that are proposed by the various firms. When there is an RFP process or a mini bid process, once we have our qualified panel of law firms, our vendors, right, the equivalent of our vendors, when we submit a bid for a matter or for various matters, they then submit proposed budgets, and different firms do tend to may have differing budgets. They tend to be somewhat aligned, but not always. So it does vary.
There's a range, I assume, within which they are allowed to propose their fees, or not really?
I wouldn't say that it's on paper that there's a range. There's just standard practice, based on our experience, both in private and public sector, what we think is reasonable, and this is all reviewed by the selection committee in making the selection for the firm.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. Next one.
That would be E127,
Yes.
and that's with the law firm of Romer Wallens. That's for a disposed matter, and that's just to, essentially an amendment just to close out the additional invoices, or the remaining invoice on this matter.
Okay. All right, any questions on this one? Nope. E128 with Jackson Lewis.
E128 is an amendment to a contract with Jackson Lewis. This contract includes the NIFA wage freeze litigation that we've presented previously. It also includes some other previously also disposed matters, and this is more an amendment for just some additional billings on the wage freeze litigation and to clear up some invoices.
Okay. Any questions on this? No. E-131 with Quatella.
E-131 is an amendment to the contract with the law firm of Quatella Chimeri, and those are for some various federal litigations, or litigations in federal courts, better stated.
Legislator Schaefer.
Just a question on this one, and actually one we just went over. I forget what the last one was, but has the money that we're, if it was approved today, is this money already spent, or is this money for them going forward?
I'm not sure what the other one is that you're referring to, but I can tell you for Quatella, there are invoices that are outstanding, so yes.
So some of it, or is all of it? Are we paying
I would say
bills?
Well, I think the amendment is for invoices that are outstanding and for future budgeting, but the initial encumbrance is to cover the outstanding invoices.
Okay.
Majority.
The last one was the West Group. That's
the West Group. Well, as the matters are resolved, I would say that these are for outstanding invoices.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions so far? All right, I think the next one is E-132 with Montford Healy.
Montford Healy, E-132. This is for what we consider to be a high potential exposure personal injury lawsuit.
Okay. Any questions? Nope. E-133, Vecchione.
E-133 with Vecchione is an extension. They essentially serve as our workers' compensation counsel, and they handle the workers' compensation matters.
Okay. They have for a long time, too.
Yes, but this is an amendment for 1 year.
Okay. Any other questions on Legislator Schaefer?
Just curious, why they have a flat fee? They're paid on a flat fee, is that correct, per month?
I believe so. Vecchione, yes.
Okay, and others do the hourly fee.
Correct.
Do you know what the difference is? Is it preference by the firm?
Vecchione.
Is there something else
Okay. Call it separately.
that, some other reason that prompts that?
Excuse me 1 second.
Sure.
As Vecchione does provide the services for the workers' compensation matters, that can be very voluminous, and the scope of services can vary from month to month. At the time, it just made sense to have more of a flat fee arrangement with them.
Okay, so they also, I guess, do sort of an on-call with regard to issues that come up with the workers' comp?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry, just one more question. With regard to that, does that work? Does a flat fee payment, has it been explored to have that work with other scenarios, with other types of, legal cases?
It's definitely something that has been discussed, but, litigation can be very fluid.
Mm-hmm.
It can vary. One perfect example would be a certain matter could have voluminous discovery where to actually, we would be hard pressed to find perhaps a firm that would be willing to work for a flat fee. And the problem is sometimes when you enter into, or when you commence, or when you're first responding to an action that's been commenced against us, you don't necessarily know what trajectory the case is going to take.
Right.
So it's a little difficult to approach things approach litigation in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Your last contract was E-134.
E-134 is with the law firm of Montford Healy. This is also for a personal injury litigation. Federal venue. Yes.
All right. Any questions on this last contract? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are going to call all the contracts that have not been tabled except for one, which was called separately. So the contracts we're calling now for a vote are A31, A50, A51, E125, E140, A34 and A35, E118, E129, E135, E137, E139, A44, A45, E116, E119, E120, E121, E122, E127, E128, E131, E132, and E134. Is there any further debate or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. And the last contract to be called is with Vecchione, it's E133. Legislator Rhodes is leaving the chambers and will not be voting on this particular item. There's no further debate or discussion. All in favor of E133 with Vecchione signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously by a vote of 6-0. We'll put the committee in recess and resume the other committees.
Good afternoon. I'll call the Public Safety Committee to order, and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Legislator Deborah Muley, Legislator Sheila Bino, Ranking Member Delia DeRicci Witten, Legislator John Ferretti Jr., Legislator Vincent Muscarella.
Here.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Stephen Rhodes, Chairwoman Denise Ford. We have a quorum.
Okay. There are 6 items on the agenda today, which are clerk item numbers 271-21, 273-21, 276-21, 306-21, 307-21, and 326-21. Clerk item numbers 271-21, 273-21, and 306-21 our ordinance supplemental to an appropriation ordinance in connection with the police department. May I have a motion? Moved by legislator DeReggie Whitten, seconded by legislator Ferretti. The items are before us. So who is here to speak about these? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, William Field, the Police Department. Item 271-21 is a supplemental appropriation of $50,000 in funds for the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. These funds are used for overtime to reduce the number of auto accidents involving injuries and deaths on New York roads. They focus on pedestrian safety.
Right. How about 273?
Item 273-21 is a supplemental appropriation that appropriates $162,500 from the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. This is designed to provide funding to set aside for overtime in the police department's participation in the Buckle Up Seatbelt campaign, as well as the aggressive driving campaigns.
Okay, and then we have 306, I'm sorry. Okay.
306-21 is a supplemental appropriation of $306,533 in funds received from the New York State Department of Criminal Justice. These funds are used to provide us with overtime funding to enhance our investigative and street-level enforcement efforts, especially with a focus on reducing gun violence.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the legislators? Any public comment? No.
Thank you.
I see then. So all those in favor of passing these items, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? Okay, the items pass unanimously. Okay. Clerk, item number 276 is an ordinance supplemental to an appropriation ordinance in connection with the Nassau County Medical Examiner's Office, Division of Forensics Services. May I have a motion? Moved by legislator Ferretti, second by legislator Rhodes. The item is before us, and good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Karen Doolin, Crime Lab. This grant is a federal pass-through for $57,211. The funds are used to pay for our lab information management system maintenance and also for overtime to perform drug testing work, more specifically opioid cases.
Thank you. Any debate or discussion? Anything from the public? I see none. All those, all those who are in favor of passing this, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Okay, so now, clerk, item number 307-21 is it an ordinance supplemental to an appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Probation. May I have a motion? Moved by legislator Bino, second by legislator DeReggie Whitten. The item is before us, and good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairwoman Ford, Vice Chairman Rhodes, and members. The item before you, item 307. Oh, Douglas Lansman, Nassau Probation, excuse me. The item before you, item 307-21, we are requesting supplemental appropriation approval for our annual DCGS Give Grant that is now in its 18th year of operation, previously known as Operation Impact. This is the same Give Grant that the police and DA also participate in. The Give Initiative, which suppresses gun violence, builds upon the information sharing and partnerships developed under Operation Impact while expanding the use of crime analysis, evidence-based practices, and community partnerships to assist in the reduction of firearms-related homicides and shootings. The amount of the grant is $192,084.
In the back up here, it sort of was highlighted, I'm over here, okay, that would also provide the funding for 2 probation field officers. So this also provides for personnel
Yes,
as
it
well?
does. Yes, it does. It's going to provide for 2 probation officers, 1 supervisor. It's covering partial salary, partial fringe.
Okay, are the officers already there, or are they going to be hired? Are they going to be
No, they're
addition?
already in our warrants units.
Okay, all right, so that it helps offset the cost of them.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
All right, thank you. Any debate or discussion? Any public comment? Okay, thank you. I see none. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes. All right, thank you. Okay. Clerk, item number 326-21 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the correctional center. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Ferretti, second by Legislator Rhodes. The item is before us. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Deputy Under Sheriff Antonio Cruz, Nassau County Sheriff's Department. I'm here today for a supplemental appropriation request in the amount of $22,000 in funds to activate such. We will be receiving from the New York State Department of Criminal Justice Services for the GIVE grant. GIVE stands for Gun-Involved Violence Elimination. The grant focuses on reducing violent crime through improved coordination among federal, state, and local criminal justice agencies using data-driven strategies. These funds will be used for overtime, for training, investigations, information sharing, and meetings for our gang intelligence unit.
All right, thank you. Any debated discussion? Any public comment? I see none. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Okay. May I have a motion to suspend the rules? Moved by Legislator Rhodes and seconded by Legislator Ferretti. The rules have been suspended. There are two items on the agenda today, which is clerk item numbers 327-21 and 336-21. Okay. Clerk item number 327-21 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Probation. Okay.
Good afternoon, Doug Lansman, Probation.
Motion, yes. Who moves this? Legislator Rhodes and seconded by Legislator Ferretti. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Doug
Glazed right over that, I'm sorry.
Sure, that's all right. Doug Lansman, Nassau Probation. The item before you, item 327-21, is our annual pretrial services defender-based advocacy. This is a renewal and a mandatory grant from New York State DCJS. It's our annual supplemental appropriation for a one-year grant. These grants are both integral parts under the state-mandated ATI group, Alternatives to Incarceration. The main objective of these grants is to operate programs that divert offenders from costly local incarceration and to provide pretrial release and reporting to the courts.
Any debated discussion? No? Any public comment? Thank you very much, sir. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, so. Okay, so then we have clerk item number 336-21, an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the police department. Okay, may I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Rhodes and seconded by Legislator Ferretti. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. Item 336-21 is a supplemental appropriation of $1,498,320 in funds received from the Port Security Grant Program that will be used by the Police Department to enhance cybersecurity projects as well as our Aviation Bureau facility target hardening.
All right, thank you. Any debated discussion? No? Any public comment? I see none. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, the item passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, there's no other business in front of this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Bino. Always. I thought she took that. Right. No, I know. Right. You're right. I'm sorry. Okay, no, we still have one other item. Yep. Thank you very much, Delia. Okay? All right. Item number 348-21 is a resolution to honor the rescue and recovery workers that worked at or near Ground Zero in the aftermath of the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks and that have succumbed to a 911-related illness. So this item is before us, moved by Legislator Georgie Whitten, seconded by Legislator Ferretti. All right. So, Thank you very much for everybody putting up with me today. Here we go. Clerk item number 348-21, as I said, is a resolution to honor those that died of 9/11 related illnesses since the September 11th attacks, okay? So on September 11, 2001, and during the months thereafter, tens of thousands of first responders, military, construction, cleanup, and recovery workers tirelessly and selflessly worked at Ground Zero in a desperate attempt to save lives of those who were trapped in the rubble and clean up the devastation at the site. Since then, so many brave men and women have been diagnosed with illnesses linked to exposure of toxic dust at the site, and unfortunately many have died. 20 years after September 11, 2001, those who responded day in and day out are still dying. This resolution honors those policemen, firemen, military, medical, construction, cleanup, and recovery workers who have died on 9/11 as a result of 9/11 related illnesses by inscribing their names into the 9/11 Memorial at Eisenhower Park. Also, this resolution establishes the 9/11 Memorial Committee composed of a representative from each county union to receive and approve names. By inscribing the names of these brave men and women onto the 9/11 Memorial, their sacrifice will never be forgotten and their legacies will live on. Okay. All those in favor of passing this resolution, please signify by saying aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, the item passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So then, as there is no other business in front of this committee, may I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator DeRidge Whitten. All those in favor? This committee is now adjourned. I thank you all. The planning committee will come next. I'd like to call the Planning, Development, and Environment Committee to order. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam. Legislator Carrier Solage.
Here.
Legislator Sela Bino. Ranking Member Arnold Drucker. Legislator Denise Ford. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Thank you. Vice Chairman Thomas McKevitt.
Here.
Chairwoman Laura Schaefer.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to start with clerk item number 268-21, which is a resolution authorizing the County of Nassau to endorse the application of the Trust for Public Land for a grant for the Empire State Trail Extension Project. Can I have a motion? So moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Salages. Okay, this item is before us. Oh, well, yeah, this item is before us. Hi, Sean.
Good afternoon. Sean Sally, Nassau County Department of Public Works. This item is essentially a request from the Trust for Public Land, request for a municipal resolution of support in conjunction with its application to the New York State Parks Department under the consolidated funding application process. The Trust for Public Land is seeking funding to advance the design of its Long Island Empire Trail extension, which would create a multi-use trail between the Queens-Nassau border out to the Twin Forks. They're working with both Nassau County and Suffolk County as far as the planning and preliminary design is concerned. Again, the Trust for Public Land, a non-for-profit, is seeking grant funds through the state, through the CFA process, in order to complete their application. They require a municipal letter of support from Nassau and Suffolk counties.
Thank you. Can you tell me, like, how long is what's the distance that it would be, or that they're hoping for it to be, to go from start to finish?
Sure. The portion within Nassau County is roughly 12 miles. It would incorporate already constructed multi-use trail through the Nassau Hub, Eisenhower Park, and then continue east through the central portion of Nassau County through Bethpage State Park, and then into Suffolk County in the vicinity of Spagnoli Road, and then continue on existing right-of-way in Suffolk County all the way to the Twin Forks. There are certain segments in Suffolk that already exist, similar to Nassau, so they're trying to stitch those together. The Trust for Public Land is very adamant that Long Island has this amenity. The New York State Empire Trail is on mainland New York, if you will, connecting Buffalo to Albany and then south down to just north of New York City. And then there are trails interdispersed within the 5 boroughs. So this is an initiative by the Trust for Public Land to bring that amenity here to Long Island. So, the county has been helping with some of the logistics, but again, all of the design work and advocacy is being done through the Trust for Public Land.
Thank you. The grant funds, are they seeking to have it 100% grant funded?
The state program that they are seeking funds through is 50%, so 50-50.
Okay. Yep. Is there an anticipated amount that if 50%, what that would cost for the county to contribute?
Well, the county wouldn't contribute any. It's 50%.
It's just the public land. Okay.
Right. Trust for Public Land. It's funds that they raise. They match that with state funding.
Okay, great. Yep. And does it look something like what you did over at Eisenhower Park in the last few years?
Essentially, yes. Yes. Visually, it would look the same. 10, 12 feet of asphalt, meandering through right-of-way corridors.
Got it. Okay. Any other legislators have any comments?
Hi, hello, Sean. So is this an uninterrupted trail, or is this something where you would have to go off of the trail onto maybe county streets or something like that, or is it something where it's going to be a completely protected trail from beginning to end?
For the most part, they're looking to design it so that it's separated from the vehicular travelway. Okay. There is a utility corridor that's, my understanding, it's partially owned by the MTA, partially owned by the electric utility, through the central eastern part of the county. That connects essentially up to Bethpage State Park. There's some areas there where you'd have to get through or past some busy intersections, so not completely separated from vehicular traffic, but for the most part, it would be a protected bikeway.
So maybe small increments of it where you would be with the traffic, but it would be at a minimum, basically.
Correct.
That's really good.
It's an ambitious plan. I mean, it's definitely doable. Ultimately what it will cost and we'll need to bring together is, it's an effort.
All right.
But
good effort.
Yep, for sure.
Thank you.
Any other legislators? Legislator Drucker.
Thank you. I don't know if someone had asked this. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Sean, what's the length of time projected for this project to be completed?
The Trust for Public Land, I mean, they see this as a 5 to 10 year build out.
A 5 to 10 year build out?
Build out, yes, for Nassau and Suffolk County to be
but I'm
completely
talking
connected.
Just the Nassau County portion.
5 years.
I see.
I mean, the design portion is not too much of a heavy lift. It's access to the utility / MTA corridor that could take some time. There are existing power lines, high tension transmission lines that will need to be protected, and safety is of concern, so that needs some time to work through.
And after the design, the construction would start at the Eisenhower Park portion rather than some other portion? It's going to start there?
Essentially, yes. So the trail around Eisenhower Park, the multi-use trail ends at Carmen Avenue, And then there's an on-road bike lane that gets you a little bit further east. So right around the Wantagh Parkway, give or take, you'd have to get across the Wantagh Parkway, and then there is actually that straight shot utility right-of-way.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other legislators? Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Okay, there being none, all those in favor of passing item 268-21, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, the item passes unanimously. Okay, next we have clerk item number 278-21, which is an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the grant of an easement to Long Island Electric Utility Servco, LLC, as agent of and acting on behalf of Long Island Lighting Company, doing business as LIPA, over a parcel of county-owned real property consisting of approximately 12,185 square feet situated in Uniondale, Town of Hempstead, County of Nassau, State of New York. Said real property known as Section 44, Block F, part of Lot 317E, on the land and tax map of the County of Nassau, and authorizing the county executive to execute an easement agreement and all pertinent documents in connection therewith to grant such easement. Okay, may I have a motion? Moved by legislator Ford, seconded by legislator Drucker. Okay, this item is before us. Hi.
Hi. Good afternoon. Ted Hummel from the County Attorney's Office for Real Estate Services. This is a subsurface transmission line. It's a request to grant an easement to Long Island, excuse me, Long Island Electric Utility Services, LLC, which is a subsidiary of PSEG, as the agent for LIPA. The utility line runs across property occupied by Nassau Community College, and it's to serve the adjacent service area. The easement fee was based on an appraisal, and if there are any questions of a technical nature, there are representatives here from PSCG that will be available to answer your questions.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone have any questions on the legislature? Okay, is there any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of passing item number 278-21, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Hummel. Okay, the next item we have is clerk item number 279-21. It's an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the grant of an easement to Long Island Electrical Utility Servco, LLC, as agent of and acting on behalf of Long Island Lighting Company, doing business as LIPA over a parcel of county-owned real property consisting of approximately 12,185 square feet situated in Uniondale, Town of Hempstead, County of Nassau, State of New York. Said real property known as Section 44, Block F, part of Lot 411 on the land and tax map of the County of Nassau, and authorizing the county executive to execute an easement agreement and all pertinent documents in connection therewith to grant such easement. Can I have a motion? So moved by legislator Ford, second by legislator Drucker. Okay, Mr. Hummel?
Ted Hummel, County Attorney's Office, on behalf of Real Estate Services. This is another request to grant an easement to Long Island Electric Utility Servco, LLC, which is again a subsidiary of PSCG as the agent for LIPA. This is for what's called the switchgear installation, 450 square feet, servicing the Nassau Coliseum service area. It's located just south of Charles Lindbergh Boulevard in one of the Coliseum parking lots. And again, the easement fee was based upon an appraisal.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any questions of any of the legislators? Okay, any public comment on this item? There being none, all those in favor of clerk item number 279-21, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. Okay, clerk item 280-21 is an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the grant of an easement to Long Island Electric Utility Servco, LLC, as agent of and acting on behalf of Long Island Lighting Company doing business as LIPA over a parcel of county-owned real property consisting of approximately 12,185 square feet situated in Uniondale, Town of Hempstead, County of Nassau, State of New York. Said real property known as Section 44, Block F, part of Lot 182 on the land and tax map of the County of Nassau, and authorizing the county executive to execute an easement and all pertinent documents in connection therewith to grant such easement. May I have a motion? It's moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Salages. Mr. Hamel.
Again, this is another request to grant an easement to Long Island Electric Utilities Servco as agent for LIPA. This is again a switchgear installation. This one services the new Nassau County Police Academy on land occupied by Nassau Community College. And once again, the easement fee was determined based upon an appraisal.
Thank you. Any debate or discussion from the legislators? Any public comment on this item? There being none, all those in favor of clerk item 280-21, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, the item passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Hamel. Okay, next we have clerk item number 313-21. It's a resolution to authorize the release of the surety bond and escrow deposit covering improvements on the map of county Country Point condominium I-1, situated in Old Bethpage, Town of Oyster Bay, County of Nassau, New York. Can I have a motion? So moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Drucker. No? I'm sorry. Okay, seconded by Legislator Salages. Legislator Drucker has recused himself on this item. Okay, he's recused himself on item 313-21, 314-21, and 315-21. Okay. Mr. Sally, you here to speak on this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The three actions before you, 313, 314, and 315, are related. They are all requests to release the bond and escrow funds for the subdivision known as Map of Country Point at Plainview. As the legislator mentioned, there are three separate applications. One is for condominium section 1, the other is for condominium section 5, and the third is for condominium section 2. For section 1, the release is requested is $34,000 of bond, and escrow remaining is $41,010.09. The Nassau County Planning Commission recommended that these funds be released at their meeting on July 29th. For condominium section 5, the remaining bond to be released is $163,683, and the amount of remaining escrow to be released is $38,015.94. The County Planning Commission also recommended release after a public hearing on July 29th, 2021. The last section, section 2, remaining bond is $70,000. Remaining escrow is $49,376.62. This was also recommended by the Planning Commission back on July 29th. These bond covers the public improvements within the subdivision. All public improvements have been constructed to the satisfaction of the DPW / Planning Commission construction inspector.
Thank you, Mr. Sally. Okay, so my understanding is that there are the two other items, 314 and 315, are related to different phases in this development. Okay, so I'm going to just read the items for the record so we have that, and then we can see if there's any debate or discussion on everything. Okay, so the next clerk item is clerk item 313-21. It's a resolution to authorize the release of the surety bond and escrow deposit covering improvements on the map of Country Point condominium. I'm sorry, I just read the wrong one. It's clerk item 314-21. Resolution to authorize the release of the surety bond and escrow deposit covering improvements on the map of Country Point Condominium 5, situated in Old Bethpage, Town of Oyster Bay, County of Nassau, New York. And then clerk item 315-21 is a resolution to authorize the release of the surety bond and escrow deposit covering improvements on the map of Country Point Condominium 2, situated in Old Bethpage, Town of Oyster Bay, County of Nassau, New York. May I have a motion for those two items? So moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Salages. Okay, and I know you just explained those to us, Mr. Sally. So is there any debate or discussion from any of the legislators on these items? Okay, is there any public comment on these items? Didn't think so. Okay. There being none, all those in favor of passing items 313-21, 314-21, and 315-21, please signify by saying aye. Okay. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. These three items pass unanimously. Okay, it's no other business. Thank you, Mr. Sally. Legislator Drucker can come back into the chambers. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so there's no other business in front of this committee. Can I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Salages. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Planning, Development, Environment is now adjourned. Public Works is next.
Excuse me. Public Works and Parks Committee roll call. Chairman Vincent Muscarella is with us, but Legislator Gaylord would take over his performance.
Thank you, Clerk.
Let me finish the roll. Legislator Carrier Salage, Legislator Arnold Drucker, Ranking Member Sheila Bino, Legislator James Kennedy, Legislator Laura Schaefer, Vice Chairman C. William Gaylord III, acting as chairman.
Present.
We have a quorum, sir.
And for the record, Legislator Muscarella is there on our screen and we can see him. Welcome, Legislator. Okay, so we have a quorum. We've got a few items before us. Clerk item number 270-21 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an agreement with Pedal Share Incorporated and agreements with municipalities located within the county in relation to the county bikes share program. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator Drucker. The item is before us. Do we have someone from the administration to speak? Yes, sir.
Sean Sally, Nassau County Department of Public Works. So we're going from bike trails to now making bikes available. This is a proposed contract with Pedal Share to design, build, maintain, and operate a bike share operation in Nassau County. The program would be broken out into phases. The initial phase, phase one, would call for bike rentals to be located in Eisenhower Park, Cedar Creek Park, and Massapequa Preserve. All three of those parks have substantial biking infrastructure and amenities. So essentially, bikes would be available for rent. Anyone who wanted to rent would access the rental portal through a phone app or mobile app. There is a proposed fee schedule, which includes $4 an hour, $35 for 24 hours, and $59 annually for unlimited 1-hour rides. I can tell you that Suffolk County is also using Pedal Share for their program. Their program is with Pedal Share is about a year old, so the fee schedule would be identical. So again, it would provide bike access for those who maybe do not have the space to or desire to own a bike, but would like to take a jaunt around one of our parks. A couple of items I'd also like to mention. The contract is for 2 years with 2 one-year extensions. In terms of liability, our understanding is that the bikes are maintained nightly by the company. So if there's an issue with a bike, it's repaired and it's taken out of service, repaired, put back into service. But God forbid there is an injury, whether it was due to an automobile conflict or a sidewalk hole, pothole. Otherwise, you'd really pretty much follow the sort of the rules of the road. Bike trails, more amenities, more opportunities to ride safely. That's something that the county and the Department of Public Works is working on in terms of providing more infrastructure to support both bike share and personal bicycle ownership. Helmet safety. When you do sign on to the application, there is a sort of a splash screen that reminds you to utilize a helmet, or use the bike at your own risk. So that notification is available. And I did mention Phase 1 is for those 3 parks. That is the totality of Phase 1 at this point. Given the timing of the year, the pedal share would likely begin with a service in the spring. So the bike share program does not operate in the winter due to weather, etc. They typically come out when the weather is warmer in the early spring, and then mid-November they grab the bikes and pack it up for the season. Pedal share and many bike share companies rely on sponsorships. We know in Suffolk County, pedal share relies on Bethpage Federal Credit Union. In this case, pedal share would require sponsorship in order to operate. Our understanding is they have been speaking to potential sponsors, that those agreements would be inked should the legislature approve this initiative. We've also baked in a provision for what we're calling a local participation agreement as a shared service benefit. So if a local municipality seeks to permit this activity in their location, in their municipality, they could sign on to a participation agreement that basically is like a use and occupancy permit that would allow the kiosks to be sited on local municipal property. So it's completely voluntary. The municipalities would need to opt in. If they do so, great. If not, there's really no pressure. But that's part of the program. I wanted to point that out. We are aware that the town of North Hempstead, I believe just last week, approved a bike share contract with pedal share for operations in the Port Washington area. We know the city of Long Beach had a service with Sobe bikes. I believe that was terminated around or just before the pandemic, and I believe they are seeking a new operator. So there's a lot of desire out there for this type of service, and we're trying to put our foot forward and not only provide in county parks, but also make it available to other municipalities.
Very good. Just a couple questions. So this is a county initiative. Is this county funded in any way, shape, or form, or is this something that that the county receives a revenue from the vendor?
So there would be no contribution of county funding for this program, and there's no revenue expected from the operator. In our research and understanding of how these programs have been done regionally, either a local municipality subsidizes through capital or federal transportation funds, or for the larger programs, there is a revenue split. This would be considered a small program, 200 or less bikes in Phase 1. It's a small program, so we see this more as providing a service to the residents. So again, there's no outlay of county funds, but there's also no proposed revenue. Suffolk County is similar, where they do not receive revenue. When Long Beach had Sobe Bike, similar situation. They did not receive revenue either. However, this contract will be open book, so we will see the financial statements at our desired interval from Pedal Share, and after that initial 2 years, if we do see that this is becoming very lucrative, and we hope it does, that means the program would be successful, we would seek to renegotiate to access some revenue. So this is sort of a 2-year pilot phase.
Do we have any debate or discussion, fellow legislators? Legislator Kennedy.
Thank you, Legislator Gaylor. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
I just had, although I think it's a great idea to encourage biking, exercise, and everything, one of the places is Mass Peak Preserve, which is not a park. It's actually a perpetual preserve, so I don't think that anything like that could be set up in that area. So I just wanted to just make that be known, because I wasn't sure if maybe that wasn't something everyone knew, but it's a perpetual preserve, just so you're aware. Okay.
And that's a great point. Thank you. And so the bike kiosks, they're essentially portable. They're not bolted into the ground. There are more heavy duty, and then there are sort of lighter, more nimble kiosks. We will look into that. We're aware of that, but those kiosks may need to be just outside of the preserve boundary. But point taken.
Okay. Yeah, once again, I just don't think that is a place for this, because it's not a park. Actually, it's a preserve. But anyway, thank you.
Sure.
Legislator Slosh.
Good afternoon, staff.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you. Thank you. Like Legislator Kennedy, I do agree that promoting the use of bicycles and biking is great for health purposes, public policy purposes. But I'm concerned about liability issues. If a person engages in this activity in a county park and veers off onto Hempstead Turnpike, is there technology included in the bicycle to stop it from going beyond county property? And what are the ramifications in terms of liability there? I've seen this program in effect in New York City, and according to news reports I've seen many fatalities, injuries. Very concerned about the liability here. I mean, given the fact that the county won't gain any revenue here, what's the benefit for us besides promoting healthy activity?
Right. So as far as allowing the bicycles to leave a park, there is no automatic shut off, if you will, or pedal lock if they do leave. They do need to come back to a kiosk, or the meter continues to run, so to speak. But no, if you are in a park and you decide to leave, yes, there's really nothing stopping you. In terms of liability, the pedal share itself will have insurance in order to cover those liability issues. But yes, I mean, of course there is a safety concern and a liability concern. I think we're dipping our toes into this world of shared mobility, and so I think we'd like to think that we're taking the right step and seeing how this can work. We think that it will be very very organized program where, again, the 3 parks, or the 2 parks especially that we're targeting, have dedicated multi-use trails. Cedar Creek will have access to the Jones Beach or to the Wantor Parkway trail, and then in Eisenhower you have that dedicated multi-use trail at the perimeter, around the perimeter. So again, the contract does include insurance and liability provisions, but yes, I guess technically there could be incidents.
Excuse me, and in that contract, the county avoids any liability? It's all on the part of the vendor?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you foresee the county engaging in any increased capital costs in the parks to provide more bike lanes? Legislator Kennedy again pointed to a very good example, but do you foresee increasing the amount of bike lanes in the county park, Eisenhower Park?
With an increase in demand in cycling, it's possible. I think we're looking at that though already. There is a demand and a desire for not only due to the pandemic, but also just, folks looking to gain a more, active lifestyle. There have been numerous requests to the department for bike infrastructure in parks, on existing county roads, and otherwise. So will this accelerate those improvements in county parks? It's possible. A lot of the work, though, that we do on incorporating bike infrastructure is heavily funded by the federal and state governments. There are funding sources that are only available to those types of projects. So I think with this program in place, it would put us in a even better position to access those funds and expand out the biking infrastructure. It goes hand in hand, the infrastructure and the service and the education. So I think we're capable of moving those three pieces forward. But again, this is a pilot project, and there is a termination for convenience clause. Should it need to be exercised. We're taking this cautiously, but we think it's a promising initiative.
And lastly, again, two more questions. Was there any study to explore public safety and other issues where the possible consumers would be in danger, and is that study available? And lastly, in other jurisdictions where this program was implemented, did it produce a profit, or did they re-engage in a contractual relationship with the vendor where they saw that there was a profit?
Sure. So your first question regarding safety, we have already talked about doing what are called like bike rodeos and sort of pop-up events to get the word out as far as biking safely. We already do that sort of as part of the Traffic and Safety Board, but there's additional outreach that we can provide, and Pedal Share is willing to be a partner with us in doing that. So I think this is an opportunity, and again, to expose this amenity to those who may not have had the opportunity to do so. So that's definitely is part and parcel of this program. Your second question, I'm sorry, just if you could just
existed in other jurisdictions. Was there a return, and did they re-engage?
So we've had extensive conversations with Suffolk County. They actually their initial program about 3 years ago was with a company called Zagster, and they had a similar arrangement where revenue was not produced to the county, to Suffolk County. During the pandemic, Zagster pulled out. They weren't able to maintain, and Pedal Share came in. I don't think that there's been enough time for, and not that I think, but in our conversations with Suffolk, enough time for them to fully analyze the revenue potential. They have a bunch of locations, downtowns primarily. They have some parks that they operate, Patchogue, Babylon Village. I believe they're looking at Riverhead and Huntington. So, they have busy areas that are, and they're not that are not within a sort of a controlled park setting, but with potentially more demand because, you have folks living directly in those locations. So we continue to work with them. They're a very good group over there, so we'll sort of, we'll sniff out if there's, if it's lucrative, and we'll make sure we get a fair shake.
Okay. How about Legislator Schaefer?
Thank you. I think Legislator Saunders just asked some of the questions I was going to ask, so thank you for your answers. Can you just tell me again the fee schedule for it, for the bikes?
Certainly. So the initial fee schedule is $4 for a 1 hour ride.
Okay.
Let me just pull it here. $4 for a 1 hour ride, $35 for 24 hours, which is probably not likely that someone would look to do that, but $59 annually for unlimited 1 hour rides. And that's identical to what Suffolk is doing.
Okay. And so then how is it, if someone, what if somebody has if someone takes the bike for, they do the $4 1 hour ride, and say they get it in Eisenhower Park, and they they drive and they end up having it, they ride away and they end up having it for 2 or 3 hours. How does that work then? It obviously keeps track of where they are and how much they're going to be charged?
Yes, my understanding is you create an account and, you load your information in, and it would just, if you exceed that 1 hour, it would trip the next, next fee.
Did they tell you from Suffolk County, did they tell you kind of what they are seeing there? I mean, I know we're different counties, they're spread out a bit more, but what they're seeing as far as usage is concerned?
They're seeing a lot of short duration trips. We asked them, well, are you seeing, first mile, last mile, where people are traveling from, from a work destination to home? Not so much, and again, with commuting sort of being a lot different than what it used to be. They're seeing a lot of short duration trips, especially around in Babylon. There's a local pond, so people take a stroll around the pond in the park for a half hour. So they're actually looking to move more bikes to that location. But it's basically short duration. You're out the park for a couple hours and you take the bike for a spin.
Okay. And you were saying before about indemnification, you believe that we're 100% indemnified?
Yes, the insurance limits, so it's $2 million per occurrence, $3 million in aggregate. We have, the control in the contract is such that in order to expand this program, so past phase 1, past the 3 parks, we will need to go back to Pedal Share, and Pedal Share will need to provide increase in insurance commensurate with the expansion of the program. So we think that what they have currently for the 3 parks is sufficient. But again, if we start exercising these participation agreements, they will need to increase their limits, and we would not go forward with those agreements until they do so.
Okay. Is that $2 million per incident?
I believe it's per occurrence, as it's stated in the contract.
Okay. And
Suffolk County has I believe they actually have lesser limits. That was not acceptable to us, so we will be.
Okay, good. And you said Suffolk's been doing it for about a year now?
About a year. I believe they kicked off with Pedal Share last summer, so about a year. They've shared some data with us. Pedal Share, as part of the contract, they will be sharing usage data with us.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see, which parks are being utilized, more so than others. We'll be able to figure out where it makes the most sense to aggregate the bikes or not. But so we'll see in real time how things are moving.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Is there any public comment?
Legislator Gaylor?
Yes.
I have one question.
Yes, Legislator Drucker, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Go, it's all yours.
No, I just wanted to follow up on Legislator Szilagyi's question. Is it possible that when the resident signs up to take out the bike, that they sign a waiver or a general release of some kind, or an indemnification to the county? Should they do something like Legislator Szilagyi suggested? They ride off designated areas and go off the county roads or onto main highways and stuff like that? Is there something that they could sign up? Like, it's not unusual to have a vendor have a general release or a waiver or indemnification of some kind that they sign right away at the beginning.
Yes, we can certainly speak to Pedal Share before they implement the program to see if that's feasible. We can provide the result of that conversation to the legislature. We're happy to do that. I think it makes a lot of sense, obviously, to cover both the Pedal Share and the county. We'd be happy to get back to you on that.
Yeah, I mean, we can all agree that we live in a very litigious world, and lawsuits for the smallest things can end up coming back to bite us as a county, and we need to avoid that wherever possible.
Agreed.
Thank you.
I have one other question. I'll just ask it. It's okay. Do you happen to know when someone sets up an account what they use? Is it like credit card based or?
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking, what if the bike never returns? What do they do?
Right. And I think that's actually in the agreement that should the bike, not return, and you're the last person holding the account.
Right.
You may be.
You're going to be charged for it, I assume.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
I think a lot, I mean, this is sort of the tip of the iceberg. I mean, it's not in the immediate future, but these types of subscription services are becoming more of the norm. So it's good to see that we're, again, sort of looking forward. So.
All right, thank you. Any other legislators? Do we have any public comment? All right, there being none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Nope, the ayes have it. The item passes unanimously. I'd like to call clerk item numbers 298-21, 308-21, 309-21, and 316-21, which are all ordinances supplemental to an appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Public Works. May I have a motion? Moved by legislator Schaefer, seconded by legislator Bino. I think she's there. Yep, okay. The item's before us. Commissioner Arnold, all yours.
Good afternoon, Ken Arnold, Public Works. Item 298 is a appropriation for capital funds to be received from the Federal Transit Administration, New York State DOT, for fiscal year 2022 in the amount of $22.5 million. Funds will be used for rolling stock, service equipment, facility upgrades associated with both the fixed and paratransit bus systems.
You want to talk about 308?
Sure.
You can just go right through them all. 308, okay. 309, 316.
Okay, so 308, this item is an appropriate operating funds received from New York State DOT through the STOA program for fiscal year 2021 in the amount of $11.2 million. This is used of the operation of both the fixed and paratransit systems and will continue the same level of service we currently have.
All right, 309.
309, this item appropriates $684,000 associated with the Unified Planning Work Program. This is a part of our TIP Regional Transportation Program, and these funds are used for programmatic and for projects. And then 316 appropriates $100,000 to be received from the Long Island Regional Planning Council to be used for our septic replacement grant program.
Excellent. Okay, great. All right, do we have any debate or discussion from the legislators? Okay. Do we have any public comment? Okay. Let's take a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The item passes unanimously. Clerk, item number 311-21. It's a resolution approving a federal aid project administered by the New York State Department of Transportation and authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in the non-federal share. I have a motion. Moved by legislator Schaefer, seconded by legislator Drucker. The item is before us. Commissioner Arnold, is this one yours also? You got it.
Okay, so item 311 is a master agreement with New York State DOT for our operations of our traffic management system. This is a 3-year agreement, and the total value of it is worth $3.2 million.
All right, do we have any debate or discussion, legislators? Any public comment? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The item passes unanimously. There being no other business in front of this committee, may I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by legislator Szilagyi and seconded by legislator Schaefer. All in favor? Great. The committee is now adjourned. Finance is next. We're going to take a break on our side for a few minutes. All right. I don't know how long because I'm not in charge any longer. I've just been told we're going to have a little mini caucus.
Okay, Finance Committee. Mr. Pulitzer, would you be so kind as to call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman. Finance Committee. Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Ranking Member Ellen Birnbaum. Legislator Rosemary Walker.
Here.
Filling in for Legislator Thomas McKevitt would be Legislator Denise Ford.
Here.
Thank you, ma'am. Vice Chairman Vincent Muscarella. Vinny? We'll come back there. Chairman Howard Copel.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, we have a quorum. You're going to check on Mr. Muscarella again?
I am, sir.
After a bit? All right, good.
Can we get him?
Okay, to start out, Ms. Walker makes a motion to suspend the rules, and that is seconded by Ms. Birnbaum. All those in favor of suspending rules, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, the rules are suspended. Okay. Now I'm going to... There he is.
There he is.
Vinny, we don't hear
You're
you.
here.
Your voice you must be muted. We don't lip read. We are not good lip readers here. You're gonna have to do better.
You're good. You're good. Okay.
All right, we'll just vote for you.
Give us thumbs up or down.
Thumbs up, that'll do it, right? Okay. Okay. There are a number of items which I'll call together, which have gone through previous committees. The majority and minority have agreed that no further debate or discussion is required. And those are numbers 271, 273, 276, 278, 279, 280, 298, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, 311, 316, 326. On the addendum, 327, 335, 336, and yes, that's it. Motion on that by Ms. Ford, seconded by Ms. Walker. All those in favor of those items, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those items are passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, next I will call together number 265, 266, and 267, which are all resolutions authorizing the county assessor to partially exempt certain properties. Motion on that by Ms. Walker, seconded, let's see, by Mr. Lafazan. All those in favor of those three items, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Number 272 is supplemental to appropriations with OMB. And that is moved by Ms. Walker again. She's busy. And Mr. Drucker seconds. Anyone here?
This is ours.
So, Andy, how are you?
Good afternoon. Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget.
We're on 272.
272, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Oh, this is yours.
This is the one.
Yeah.
Never mind. This is transfer of appropriations in the majority budget. That's it. That's what this is? That's it. I didn't have that in front of me. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you. Sorry. All right, let's see. Don't go away. 274 is yours?
No.
No. I'm sorry. Oh, withdrawn? Okay. Okay, then. You want to go through whatever you have, and we'll,
I only have one other item.
which is?
Item 312.
Okay, number 312 is supplemental to OMB, and that motion is made by Ms. Ford and seconded by Mr. Lafazan.
Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget. This item appropriates $537,731 for indigent legal aid services. It's distribution 10 of year 3. It's a recurring grant stream that comes from the state of New York, and this is just the annual appropriation for this term of the grant.
All right, any questions? Yes, Ms. Ford?
Good afternoon. Is this the only grant that you get from New York State on this, or is this just one of?
No, there is numerous. This was a result of the Harrell Herring litigation, and they've been giving the state of New York has been giving out grants in pieces. Yeah. It's a little clumsy, I will say, but it's a flowing stream that we have, and this is distribution 10. If that tells you how many we've gotten so far, wow. So we've gotten 10 distributions on this already.
Because I was just wondering, like, if there was any intention of increasing the stipends to legal aid. Because
separate and apart from this, this is just for news because the supplantation issue. So whatever legal aid had in its budget already, we really can't supplant. It's for any new items, caseloads, everything else. We work with both the ILS people and the 18B people over in the Bar Association to figure out how to spend the money, and they kind of direct us on what their needs are. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Anyone else? Hearing none, all those in favor of that item, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Thank you. Number 277 is a grant agreement between Parks and the Long Island Arts Alliance. Motion by Ms. Birnbaum, seconded by Mr. Drucker.
Tori Queso, Department of Parks. 27721 is a hotel motel tax agreement in the amount of $25,000 with the Long Island Arts Alliance for the purpose of creating an art-specific member-generated online events calendar and directory, and providing print and digital public awareness campaign.
Okay, anyone have any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of that item, please so indicate. Aye. Any opposed? That's item unanimous. You have others as well, I think. 285 is next?
Yes.
Would that be right?
Yep.
All right, number 285 is a grant between Parks and Girl Bands Rock. And that motion is made by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Lafazan. Go ahead, please.
28521 is a hotel motel tax grant agreement in the amount of $10,000 with Girls Band Rock Inc. to provide online virtual outreach programs with prominent guest speakers for their members.
Any questions? Okay, all those in favor, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. I think your next one would be, what, 302?
302, yes.
Well, okay, 302 is a grant between Parks and Cornell Cooperative Extension, and that motion is made by Ms. Ford and seconded by Ms. Birnbaum.
30221 is a hotel motel tax grant agreement in the amount of $40,000 with the Cornell Cooperative Extension of Nassau County for their ongoing programming at the East Meadow Farms.
Any questions? All those in favor, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see what we're up to here. 300. No, did I get there? Let's see, I think. No. I'm up to 280. 1 second. We did 279. Okay, 281 is an IMA with the City of Long Beach for relation to assisting the county representation, recommendations, defense of assessment challenges brought by municipal employees of the county or city of Long Beach. And that motion is made by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Lafazette.
Legislator, as you said, this is an intermunicipal agreement. I'm sorry, Lisa Locurdo, Deputy County Attorney. As you said, Legislator, this is an intermunicipal agreement with the City of Long Beach. It's to provide representation for the county in defending tax challenges brought by employees who work for either the Assessment Review Commission, Department of Assessment, or within the County Attorney's Office, who bring, these are conflict cases because we can't defend.
Right. Got it. Anyone have any questions? Yes, Ms. Walker.
Can I just ask how these were handled previously?
Previously, conflict cases were always, it was determined whether or not there was a conflict, and they were sent to either, last year they were also sent to the City of Long Beach, or they were sent to a special counsel, a firm outside of the county, to represent and defend the county in these actions. They've always been sent out when there's a conflict.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Hearing none, all those in favor of this item, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Next, I'm going to call 286 together with 332 and 333. Those two are on the addendum. And those are grant agreements. Well, I have parks and various not-for-profit museums. $332 on the addendum. 332 is subrecipient agreements with various not-for-profit organizations that are funded with money received by the county under ARP. And 333 is a subrecipient agreement for the county providing low-interest loans to certain qualified small businesses, and that's again with ARP money. Anyone here on that one? Those three, I should say? Oh, sorry, exactly. Motion by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Drucker. Sean?
Good afternoon, Legislature. Item number 286-21 is a resolution to authorize the county executive to execute grant agreements utilizing ARP funding to museum and tourism related businesses and non-for-profits. The ARP funding allows these types of grants to be made to allow for museums and other tourism-related industries to assist with the COVID-19 recovery. So this particular item earmarks $500,000 to be made in such grants. This $500,000, excuse me, was appropriated as part of the $62.9 million appropriation back in June. Just a couple of examples of the types of activities that could be funded through this particular grant program. Traditional or digital advertising or marketing campaigns to promote new programs and or exhibits and bring new visitors. Specialized promotioning and ticketing. Campaigns to promote Nassau County's culture, history, and arts, and program support relevant to the enhancement of tourism industry in Nassau County. I believe in the package you have a non-exhaustive list of potential museum partners that would be eligible, and we hope make an application to the county. We have essentially estimated that roughly or grants would be made roughly in the amount of $25,000 for these type of promotional.
Are we reaching out to them?
Activities. Yes, Legislator, and to date, so I just want to bring to your attention that we've received 10 applications. I believe there are 15 or so organizations on the list in your package, 10 of which have already submitted applications through the Boost portal. The Center for Science Teaching and Learning, Museum of American Armor, Science Museum of Long Island, Museums at Mitchell, which is essentially the cradle of aviation, the Holocaust Memorial and Educational Center at Welwyn, Long Island Arts Alliance, Long Island Children's Museum, and the Nassau County Museum of Art, William Cullen Bryant Preserve.
All right, anyone have any question on number, 286, Ms. Ford? Sure.
Good afternoon. In regard to this, it's a great idea, like to have, I guess the museums are going to do some sort of advertising to bring people into the parks. I don't know if they would be eligible or not, or did we ever consider like perhaps like reaching out to some of the schools to see if like maybe an arts club or something like that would be able to come up with some ideas on how to, like to allow these students to tap into their creative selves and maybe come up with something where they can also help, maybe with their ideas, boost tourism, and maybe the school or somebody could, or whatever organization they're with, maybe they could get some money or something like that, or is this strictly something that must go through an established 501(c)(3)?
So, right, the funding would need to go to not-for-profit organizations in this case, but legislator, I think, your idea of engaging schools in terms of that promotional type activity, these grants have not yet been made, so there's nothing that stops us from, as we're reviewing those applications, potentially putting those pieces together or requesting that the museum not-for-profits reach out to, school districts and folks that they know to put together that material.
So if there's an art group, say, that, would they be able to participate in this? Like, say, if they wanted to come up with something that they could do in Eisenhower Park, like just for argument's sake, maybe they juggle, and
Right.
they want to bring people in to show them how to juggle and whatever. Would they be able to tap into this as well and get some sort of funding to perform there, or is it just strictly advertising?
Right. So my understanding is that that type of group would not necessarily be eligible to receive a grant through this program, but if they partnered with or they engaged one of these not-for-profits and said, can you include our promotional information as part of your broader advertising campaign, that's something that could be worked out.
Okay. Any other questions on 286? Okay, Sean, number 332 on the addendum.
Certainly. Okay, item 332 is a similar, it's an authorization to award ARP funds for what we're calling the Boost Nassau Technical Assistance Program. So this was this funding was also appropriated as part of the $62.9 million back in June. This program would provide chambers of commerce and other not-for-profit business, downtown business related not-for-profits to basically promote downtown business, if you will. So particular activities that could be funded through this program include outreach to small businesses, including MWBEs, concerning availability of recovery resources, technical assistance to businesses with applications for grants, loans, and other assistance that may become available, workshops with targeted communities and downtown businesses to foster peer networking, workshops with targeted communities and downtown businesses, informational sessions on digital marketing, e-marketing, those types of services would be fundable through this program. So in this case, these non-for-profits would be subrecipients because they would be performing a service, again, whether it's a workshop or a training on e-marketing or otherwise, with an emphasis on small businesses, downtown economic recovery.
And how are we informing people of the availability?
Sure. So we have, this is all on the Boost Nassau portal that I believe flyers and promotional activity information has been circulated, and we can continue to do that with the Nassau Chamber, the Nassau County Chambers of Commerce, Council of Commerce, Chambers of Commerce, excuse me, and other outreach.
Got it. Anyone else have any questions? Okay, number 333, please.
Okay. Okay, item 333, this is a boost loan program. So this was part of the initial 62.9 million appropriation from back in June, the Boost Nassau Small Business Loan Program. Back then, well, the appropriation was for 10 million. At this time, we're proposing a loan program of 5 million as sort of a phase one, an initial phase. The application is before you today is a resolution to enter into a subrecipient agreement with LEAC, that is the Local Economic Assistance Corporation of Nassau County. They are associated with the Nassau County IDA. LEAC would essentially procure the services of local, excuse me, let me just find my page here. Excuse me, LEAC would contract with Community Development Financial Institutions, or CDFIs, to create the actual loan program and administer the loan program. LEAC has a tremendous success in operating loan programs. They recently operated our COVID-19 CDBG CV small business program that administered roughly $2.7 million in loans. If I may, I can just provide just a distinction between this proposed loan program and the existing Boost grant program that is currently up and running and on the street. For the grant program, that's a maximum of $10,000 per grant award. In addition, those grants are only eligible for businesses with small businesses with up to 50 employees. The loan program, in contrast, would be larger allocations up to several $100,000, and those would be available up to small businesses with up to 200 employees. We've also heard through business organizations that many of these businesses took out loans during the height of the pandemic with unfavorable terms. This program would create a new loan program that provides more favorable
and they could use these loans to pay back previous loans, presumably.
Yes, they could. They could cover working capital. They could cover rent, inventory purchasing.
Well, money is kind of fungible. It can go wherever it needs, I guess. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. What is the term? What is the term of these loans?
I'm sorry?
The term. How long do they go?
Right. So there is no defined term at this point. LEAC would be responsible for coming up with a term that works for both the businesses and also complies with.
Is there a range under contemplation?
Contemplating 10 years. However,
what happens when ARPA ends?
Right. We're still waiting for the Treasury to opine on that question, whether or not the loan repayment, the amortization, can exist past the 2026 spending.
And what happens to that money when it's repaid?
That's a question, right? So that money is repaid to the county. Can it be reinvested? What happens with that to that interest? Those are open questions that are with the Treasury. But at this point, this is really LEAC's going to be responsible for getting those answers or those questions answered before they fully bake the loan program.
Right. You can't go ahead with the program until you have those answers.
Parameters,
obviously.
Correct.
Okay. And the interest parameters?
Excuse me. Contemplating very low interest, 1%. But again, that would be developed as part of LEAC and IDA's partnership.
Got it. Okay.
So we can't offer any loans to any of the businesses just yet until we have all these questions answered.
That's correct.
So what happens if it takes 4 months or 5 months?
I mean, I think it's still quicker to do it this way, to go through LEAC, allow them through their federal procurement guidelines to procure an advisor to develop the program as opposed to the county bringing on somebody to do that.
And how
for
much
us.
is the cost to this program by bringing LEAC on? Do we have to pay them a stipend? Do they get paid a fee for doing this?
Legislator, yes. Yes, my understanding is there would be an administrative fee that they would get similar to the grant program.
Do we know offhand how much it would be?
I would have to get back to you on the percentage.
So,
Likely be a percentage.
so if we, just for argument's sake, I guess if we enter into an agreement with LEAC now says that through the IDA, they're gonna say to these businesses, we can provide you a loan, 1% interest, okay? And we don't really have 100% clarification from the Treasury Department. So like say then, they feel that they could repay the loan back in 10 years, and they take a loan, and then the Treasury Department says, no, it has to be paid back by the end of 5 years when ARPA ends.
Right.
So what do we do?
So I think, LEAC would not administer or commence the issuance of loans until that question is resolved and those parameters are fully understood.
And do we have I guess a set time as to when we expect the Treasury Department to make the determination if this is legal or not, or if we can do it? Because my concern then would be, then instead of using this money for loans, maybe we could take the $5 or $10 million and then provide it as direct grants to the businesses rather than a loan.
Right, and your point is well taken. I think as far as the response from the federal Treasury, anyone's guess, but there's still, even with this $5 million in a subrecipient, there would still be an additional $5 million that has been allocated or appropriated, but not allocated.
But $5 million, I don't want to leave $5 million on the table.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is, I'm hoping is there a date that we're going to set? I don't want it to say, I could understand to December 31st. We'll wait to see. But anything beyond that, because then it would be unfair to businesses. If they're waiting, first of all, if they think that maybe they can apply for this loan and get it, and then they're still waiting, it's not going to happen, then how fast can we turn it around so that instead of lending them the money, we're going to give them the money? And that's really what I'm interested in. I'm more interested in getting the aid to the businesses rather than worrying about if I'm going to give them a loan or a grant. I would rather them just be able to get this money in their pockets, and because who knows, with this variant, if there's going to be any if anything's going to happen to impact them. So I really would prefer to have this so that I know that by December 31st, if the Treasury Department has not clarified, if we can do these loans, then let's quickly convert it to a grant program. That's all I'm asking. Okay.
Understood, and we'll have those questions answered by the full ledge.
Perfect.
And again, just to stress, no loans would be made until that guidance is. But point taken, we'll get that answer.
All right, thank you.
Certainly.
Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor of numbers 286, 332, and 333, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those items are unanimous. Thank you, Sean.
Certainly. Thank you.
300 and 301 are supplemental with the Board of Elections. The motion is made by Mr. Muscarella and seconded by Mr. Drucker.
Good afternoon, Larry Nedelka from the Board of Elections. Item number 300 is a $102,602.75 grant from the state of New York to help us offset expenses that will be incurred from the expansion of the early voting program. Those expansion changes were passed by the legislature earlier this year.
Okay. Anyone questions? All right. All those in favor of 301 and 300 and 301, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those items are unanimous. Thank you, sir. That was pretty easy. Let's see. I am going to skip, I'm sorry? Yeah, we did. We're skipping 299 and one or two others because they're going to require executive session, so we'll get to those at the end. Okay. On the addendum, number 328 is a transfer of appropriations. And motion again is made by Mr. Muscarella, seconded by Ms. Walker. Anyone here on 328?
Good afternoon, William Fields from the Police Department. Item 328-21 is requesting a transfer of $1,113 from our AB to our AA lines. This is through the Operation Gateway Grant, closed out in the period end of August of 2021. This will allow us to have maximum reimbursement for our funds from this grant.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of 328, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Thank you again. Number 329 is making certain SECRA determinations and extending a lease between OCR Courthouse and the County of Nassau. Motion is made by Ms. Walker, seconded by Mr. Lafazette.
Ted Hummel, County Attorney's Office, appearing on behalf of Real Estate Services and the District Attorney's Office. This is a resolution authorizing the exercise of a 5-year renewal option for space occupied by the District Attorney's Office at 114 Old Country Road, approximately 4,545 square feet. The option must be exercised by September 30 of this year. The lease doesn't expire until September 30 of 2022, but this is for a 5-year renewal option.
And the terms are more favorable than you can get at this point, because I guess
Real Estate Services did solicit the input of an independent real estate broker consultant, and the rental rate over the 5-year renewal option, it increases by 2.5% a year, and it's a favorable rate.
favorable rate even now, even though rents have come down a bit.
Sorry?
Even though rents have come down a bit because of the pandemic?
I'm told that the broker said that it's a favorable market rate.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Drucker.
Thank you. We're so used to getting things late, like contracts in that nature, and it's unusual. We're asked to renew a contract at least a year ahead of its expiration. Is there any sort of urgency of why we're renewing it a year ahead of time?
Yes, the renewal option, it's specific in the lease, must be exercised a year in advance, time of the essence. Okay. So if it's not exercised by September 30th, there will be no option.
I see. Okay, that's the answer to my question. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing none, all those in favor of number what was that, 325? Yeah, please so indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Thank you. 339. Let's see, 339, 340, 341. Did I skip one? Yes. Sorry, we'll come back. 337 is a transfer of appropriations. And that motion is made by Mr. Mascarella, seconded by Ms. Birnbaum.
Good afternoon, Mary Ann Lorraine, Department of Health. Item 337-21 is a board transfer in the amount of $490. It's for a New York State grant-funded program, so it has no impact on the county budget. We're maximizing grant reimbursement.
Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. 339 is a resolution authorizing the county assessor and treasurer to correct certain erroneous assessments. And 342 as well. All right, so 339 and 342. Motion is made by Ms. Walker, and seconded by Mr. Lafazan. Well, those are...
Good evening. Daniel Ross, Department of Assessment. We are here today requesting that these resolutions be passed to restore some chapter bills and/or exempt or class changes to the proper assessment on the tax roll.
Any questions on these two items? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. 340 and 341 is yours as well. Exempting certain properties.
Sorry, what number?
340 and 341. And sorry, of course. Motion by Ms. Walker and seconded by Ms. Birnbaum. Oh, that was you.
Again, these resolutions are to restore the exemptions to the tax roll. These exemptions were removed for various reasons, and we are looking to correct it and restore it.
All those in favor, any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item is unanimous. Let's see now. On addendum number 2. Number 289 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriations ordinance in connection with OMB. Forget it, we're not up to that yet, sorry. You're right, I didn't get those. I'm going to call together 344, 345, 346, and 347, which are ordinances reducing certain fees that are now collected by the county for recording various documents and in relation to public safety. And that motion is made by Ms. Walker and seconded by Ms. Ford. And that is a majority-sponsored, those are all majority-sponsored items. And these items are being brought forward to reduce certain fees that are being collected now by the county, which are not strictly, you will, I'm sure, which are now being collected by the county in excessive amounts. These fees should normally be collected for the purpose not of raising revenues, but for reimbursing the county for the costs incurred in providing the specific services to the residents and businesses that are paying for it. In many cases, they are wildly excessive. When it comes to various real estate matters, we find that homeowners having to record several documents at one closing are shocked at the magnitude of these fees. They are run into many hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars. These are wildly disproportionate to the costs involved in actually verifying the tax map and so forth. When they were first proposed and passed, they were opposed by the county clerk as being unnecessary to cover the county clerk's costs. Similarly, with respect to the public safety fee, it's the amount of fee that is being imposed is wildly disproportionate to the cost incurred by the county. We can go ahead and we can do this because the sales tax revenue that the county has been collecting has been very gratifyingly higher, much higher, as a matter of fact, not only than projections, which were projected at I believe at 8% decrease. The taxes are coming in at an amount that is significantly higher than they were even in the pre-pandemic year of 2019. It can cover the expense, or it can cover the amount that the county would lose and have some left over as well. Okay, do we have any discussion among the legislators? Anyone have anything to say? Mr. Drucker?
Yeah, I guess what comes to my mind is deja vu all over again, because I can recall every one of the arguments that you just made, Legislator Coppell, being made by some of us over the past few years. And I remember the county clerk saying it wasn't necessary, and I remember, especially myself, as I recall, because I do a large amount of real estate practice in my law practice, and in comparison to the fees charged by the city of New York, the fees in Nassau County were just exorbitant. And I remember each of us on this side railing against how arbitrary it was and how to call them a fee was ridiculous, because it was really, it had no correlation to the operation of the county clerk's office. And so while I applaud the efforts now to get this done and reversed, I'm just appalled and shocked at the hypocrisy of it, because we wanted to get this done years ago, but they were approved by the majority.
Well, not everyone, but yes, go on.
Not everyone? What do you mean?
Everyone. Well, I voted against it.
Okay, well, all right, but the majority approved this, and we argued against it. It was horrible, and as someone who practices law in this county and other counties, it's certainly a blemish on Nassau County to charge fees that are triple what other jurisdictions charge.
Well, we're all on the same page.
Here
we are.
I applaud it, but it's just the irony of it is not escaping me. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Well, I'm one person who's happy that we are proposing this right now, because I think it is a way of giving back to our residents. And Legislator Drucker is right. It was something that was passed. Not everybody on this side voted for all of the items, but I guess if it was so egregious, obviously this was passed under when Ed Mangano was our county executive. So if it was such a harsh tax or fees or something on our residents, I'm just surprised that it was never recommended by the county executive, perhaps, to take the action that we are taking today. So, and I am not a lawyer, and I'm sure that you probably hated going to closings, because I heard from even the lawyers on this side that, how people and anybody who bought a house, sold a house, and recording everything, and it was just, the big complaint, okay? So I think that, at this point, I guess if, waking up and saying, this is what we need to do, when we have an opportunity, because the sales tax has been so robust, and I believe that it will continue to be so robust, because we've had unprecedented house sales. People, in my neighborhood alone, it's amazing what people have been paying for houses, and we're lucky that some houses even stay on the market for more than 3 weeks. So I think that it indicates a good sign that people are coming into Nassau. They're willing to spend, and I think that we will continue, and also the fact that we do tax internet sales, which we hadn't in the past, I think, in 2019 or 2018. So I think this is something that can be sustained, and we'll be able to carry forward on it.
I think your point is well taken, Legislator Ford, and I think we are thankful that our county budget, our county resources have improved, and we had a couple of years where it was very, very dire, and we had no idea of how things were going to look going forward. But now we can, and it certainly is appropriate. It was always appropriate, but we had to find a way to absorb the cost of it, and maybe now we can, but I'm glad we're doing it now, but I guess I understand why we couldn't do it in the past.
Sometimes you do have, you change your mind after something, because I remember Rich was here, and Vinny, when we did the energy tax, and it was passed, and before, I guess, we ended up repealing it after we passed it. Not we didn't, but the Democrats. So it's these opportunities when we find that, like, if something can be corrected, let's correct it, let's do it for the betterment of our residents, okay?
Okay. Yes, Ms. Birnbaum.
Yes, I proudly will support this bill because I have been saying all along that I thought these were unfair taxes, and I've heard complaints from homeowners, from realtors, from buyers, and I'm very happy that we're rectifying the situation. However, I know this money has been already budgeted for, and I guess there'll have to be some adjustments made by the administration, but I think we need some clarification about the excess sales tax revenue that the county will be receiving, because I believe that we said it's going into a special fund. So I think there's going to be some allocations needed for the budget when we have to talk about the different revenue lines.
That will expire, I believe. But in any event, if that becomes an issue, obviously we'll deal with it. Okay. All right. All those in favor of this item, please so indicate by saying aye. All four of those items, yes, sorry. Please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right. That is unanimous. Thank you. And we had one item that I passed, and that would be number 264, which is issuance of a warrant directing the treasurer of Nassau County to pay certain sums as appropriated, apportioned by the Nassau County Legislature, and that's in respect of mortgage taxes having been paid from April 1 through June 30th. And it's moved by Ms. Walker, seconded by Ms. Ford. And it's a routine matter. Anybody have any questions? Okay, all those in favor of that item, number 264, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Okay, now, item number 289 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriations ordinance in connection with OMB. And that motion is made by Mr. Drucker, seconded by Ms. Birnbaum. Is there anyone from the administration here to speak on that? Mr. Sep.
Good afternoon, Legislature. Sean Sally, Nassau County Department of Public Works. This ordinance appropriates $100 million from the county's coronavirus ARP funds allocation to fund a household assistance program, otherwise known as HAP, H-A-P, for a one-time cash assistance of $375 to qualifying households that have experienced negative economic impacts due to the pandemic. The Treasury interim final rule provides that recipients, such as the county, may provide assistance to households or populations facing negative economic impacts due to COVID-19, including cash assistance, if the payments are reasonably proportional to the negative impact they are intended to address. In doing so, the recipient must consider whether and the extent to which the household has experienced a negative economic impact from the pandemic. The regulations allow recipients, however, to presume that a household or population has experienced such impact if it experienced unemployment, food insecurity, or housing insecurity, or is low to moderate income. The interim final rule, however, does not define low to moderate income households. Using the U.S. Department of Housing and Development, HUD, definition of Area Median Income, or AMI, for the 2021 uncapped income limits for Nassau and Suffolk counties, and 2, New York State Long Island Workforce Housing Law Act, which is General Municipal Law, Article 16A, qualifying percentage of AMI for affordable workforce housing eligibility. As guidance, the county has defined moderate income for HAP purposes as being up to 130% of HUD AMI, or equivalent to $168,900 or less, which is supported by the county's consultant HR&A Advisors Incorporated, who have provided a report that signifies the same. The HAP, therefore, will consist of two categories of eligible households. The county will utilize the existing Boost Nassau Resource portal to streamline the application process, control or approval, and distribution of funds. The HAP categories are described further. Category 1 households. These are households with annual incomes of up to $168,900. Households in this category are presumed to have experienced a negative economic impact from the pandemic. So they are presumed as they are low to moderate income, as defined in the previous description of low to moderate income in Nassau County. So these households will not be required to demonstrate individual harm. Some households in this category already receive enhanced senior star, limited income and disabilities, and or senior citizens property tax exemptions. These particular household recipients will not need to provide income information nor complete an application, since they are already in a county database. So anyone else, any other household, whether it be renter or owner, making under household income making under $168,900 will need to apply, but again will not need to will need to verify income, but will not need to verify economic harm. In the second category, these are households with incomes above $168,900 and up to $500,000. In this category, households will be required to submit through the portal an application with documentation evidencing income level and a negative economic impact from the pandemic, such as unemployment, so a receipt of unemployment benefits during 2020, food or housing insecurity, example, receipt of social services, SNAP benefits, missed mortgage payments, utility arrears, eviction notice, unreimbursed medical bills, behavioral health costs brought on by the pandemic, etc. Increased child care expenses, COVID-19 related death expenses, or unreimbursed remote learning work expenses, including increased internet costs. To ensure compliance, the county will develop appropriate review steps for approving these applications in the portal. So both income and in Category 2's case, economic harm documentation will be reviewed and validated as part of the portal review process before a check is issued. The HAP will extend much-needed relief to residents covering nearly 300,000 households in Nassau County in the low to moderate income category, as well as up to another possible 100,000 households in that second category, which is above $168,900 to $500,000, as they recover from the often devastating effects of the crisis. This equates to a total of roughly 400,000 households that could potentially be eligible for this funding. The portal is being fit out with this new application process so that we are ready to hit the ground with an open application cycle should this appropriation be approved by the county legislature. I'm available to answer any questions. I believe we have Deputy County Attorney Connell Denyon on the line as well.
Okay, thanks. I have a few questions, and I'm confident that there will be others. Let's start out with this. How do you define household?
So a household, for the purpose of HAP, is any living unit. So we know that there are rental housing units. We know that there are ownership housing units.
Well, what I'm asking you is, you've got, let's say, a husband and wife, and you've got one or two kids living at home filing separately. Is that a household?
So
or you've got a parent there. Is that a household?
Right. So that is a household. We're requiring a tax return, a 1040, for the latest tax 1040 submitted to the federal government. One 1040 per household. The only exception is in the case where you are married and filing separately.
I'm sorry, forgive me, I don't understand, Sean.
So
One 1040 per household.
one tax return per household.
One tax return per household, but if someone else lives in the household,
So, correct. So
what happens then?
Right. So because we expanded the eligibility to all households, so renters and owners, yes, there could be the case where you have a renter unit, and
No,
you have,
I'm talking about a child, let's say, or a parent who lives with the family.
so there will be one check per household. So we will ask for a tax return from that household to verify the income.
But there's no, it's not one tax return. It won't be one tax return. You'll get one tax return if it's a husband and wife, perhaps.
Right.
That's it. But if there's a parent of one of them living in the household, or they've got 3 kids who are living there as well, who are working, is that part of the household?
So with the information we have available, in order to make sure that only one household gets a check, yes, that could be the case where the grandparent files a tax return separately. The child, maybe 25 years old, files a separate tax return, submits that through this portal. Only that person would get the check. We would then make sure that only one household gets.
But that household is now making maybe 300 or 400,000.
Right. We don't have a way to check that other than if the grandparent or the child submits that tax return, it meets those income eligibility thresholds, that person is going to get a check. We're going to check that household, that address, that household, that unit off the list.
So you're talking about when you say a household, you're talking about a specific living space. You're talking about a physical living space, you're not talking about numbers of people?
That's correct. It's a little different than how the federal government issued the stimulus checks, because we're not basing it on an income tax filing.
So, but what can happen fairly often is that you just won't know, and we'll be giving checks to people to households that might have very significantly higher income.
In the case where you have a child, yes, maybe making $150,000, the parents make more than that, the child applies. Let's expand that a little bit. The child applies, on day 1. The parents apply on day 2. That the child who applied on day 1, as long as the income, eligibility checks out, verifies, that child would get the $375 check. The parents would not. Yes, I understand what you're saying. When you combine that income, yes, that might be over the threshold. But there is no way for us to validate that would be.
But that's okay. But you're okay with that?
We think that because there's only one check going to that household, that would be permissible.
Permissible. Okay. Now, let's go with this whole question of permissible. One of the requirements, well, you've got to have proportionality to the harm that is incurred, right?
Yes.
According to statistics, at least, we could say with some confidence, I believe, that the majority of people who would be receiving this aid did not lose jobs. Would that be fair? A great majority.
I have no.
Well, if you look at let's just look at the unemployment rate. That went up significantly,
right? Of
course, right? But it didn't go up to 50%. The unemployment rate, what was it? I think 15?
It was a little less than that, but yes.
Something like that at the height of the pandemic?
It was 12 or 13.
12 or 13, which means that everyone else continued with their jobs. So,
right, but
so then the people who didn't, so the people who lost their jobs would have suffered the greatest harm, and they're getting the same amount of money that the people who didn't lose jobs.
And legislator, I understand what you're saying. I think the most manageable way to undertake this program, given the information, the database, the information that we can collect and and sift through, low, moderate income is a presumption unto itself. I think keeping that flat benefit fee is the most manageable way for us to get money into the hands of these households. But your point is well taken.
Right, thank you. And, okay, let's see. Is this money taxable? Do you have to report it?
We're looking into that. Yeah, that has come up. We're looking into that.
So a lot of this money essentially might go back to the state and the federal government.
We do have to look into whether or not this particular benefit would be taxable.
So have you reviewed all these questions? I mean, so far, Sean, we've come to an agreement that there are a number of open questions. So have you sat down, when I say you, I meant the administration, obviously, with the federal government and gotten some informal guidance with respect to this?
So I think, Connell, if you're on the line, if you wouldn't mind responding?
Not as to taxability, we have not gotten guidance.
Don't really hear you, Connell, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connell Denny, County Attorney's Office. We have not gotten any guidance as to taxability.
I'm sorry, what? No, you have not gotten no guidance, so you don't. So, for all we know, some of this we can go out and disperse some money, and it may be unallowable or disallowed. Isn't that's what I'm hearing?
Not disallowed. I wouldn't say disallowed. The question whether or not is whether it's taxable to the recipient is a different issue. It's not that it would be disallowed. It's whether it's taxable or not.
No. In other words, we had several issues, Connell, that we've discussed over here with respect to which we've agreed already that we don't know for sure, or that you know there's some issues that are remaining open. So that's one of the issues. In other words, is there a chance perhaps that we might disperse money that the federal government may come back and say, well, you ought not to have done that? Ought we to wait perhaps for the final regulations?
Well, I think the plan has laid out the two tranches. As Sean said, the first one is a presumption low to moderate income is covered clearly by the rule, and the second tranche is as well in demonstrating a negative economic impact. I think as long as we follow those two clear guidelines, I don't imagine any of those would be disallowed costs.
All right, so I understand. You are making an educated guess. I'm putting words in your mouth, but would that be fair?
No, I think there are examples that we've laid out. Sean has laid out. People have experienced unemployment or costs, unreimbursed medical cost, or cost of child care, cost to install partitions in business or at homes, etc. I think there are a number of costs that the interim final rule clearly recognizes as being related to COVID or the negative economic impacts. So I think we're trying to follow those closely. It's my understanding of the program.
Right. So putting aside the federal government rules now, just speaking in terms of where this money is going, I think we have established, and again, putting words in your mouth, correct me if I'm misstating it. We've already established that we have no mechanism to ensure that this money is going to people who are most in need of it, or have been most affected by this. In other words, you could have people who are perhaps have higher incomes, and they were much more adversely affected because they lost jobs and so forth, and we have no way of ensuring that this money is really going to the people who need it most.
So, legislator,
so we're just going ahead and saying that we can do this based upon allowable presumptions, that according to the federal government you're allowed to presume that, but in fact we don't know if this is really going to the best uses there.
So we do have census data that gives us a picture of households in Nassau County in terms of income, and we do know that nearly 110,000 households in Nassau County make up to 130% AMI, and up to 130% of AMI is what we are using as our threshold for low and moderate income. And so, you know, to say that and that's between 80% AMI and 130% of AMI, there are 110,000 households in that bracket. So we know that, you know, folks that are making, again, 130% of AMI, which is in other parts of the country would be, you know, very, you know, you'd love to be making that much, are low to moderate income, given our high housing costs, et cetera, et cetera. So while, you know, folks may not have experienced unemployment due to the pandemic, we do know that again, almost a quarter of the households in Nassau County are within that 80% to 130% AMI.
No, I understand.
Which is significant.
But my point was this is really being directed at and again, without putting a value judgment on it, it's really not being directed at people being harmed. It's being directed at people of low income. I'm just making that point.
It's certainly a presumption in the rule that we are acting on.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not going to beat this one to death. Who's going to review? Who's going to be actually doing the review of tax returns and so forth? How is that happening?
Right. So as we speak, IT is building out county IT is building out a portal that will allow for the public to submit their proof of income, so a 1040. They'll be required to put in their address, and that will come to us. We will have a consultant firm that will go through all these applications to verify and validate. So one point to keep in mind is that the tax return address, the address on the tax return, must match the address that the applicant is claiming as their address. So that's the first validation or check and balance. Once that's been established, so we know the unit being applied for, then we would have the consultants work through a standard operating procedure to validate the income. Now that's pretty straightforward. There's a line on the tax return for adjusted gross income is what we are using, AGI. We use that in our Office of Community Development for our HUD-funded housing programs. So we're being consistent. We're using AGI as the annual.
So Sean, are you allowed? Do we have any legal concerns as to allowing a third party to view tax returns that are being submitted?
I think we'll be setting up the controls to ensure that information does not, leave the confines of the
No, but
review
you
process.
say we will have a consultant.
But yes.
Are we allowed? I mean, will we require consent of each person providing these tax returns that to having us provide copies of it to an outside vendor? Right. Is that a problem?
Connell, if you can weigh in, in terms of that income information being submitted by the public, is that something that can be, if we have consultants reviewing that information, can we make sure that information does not leave that process? Some type of
non-disclosure. But we already said that it's going to a third party. Is that in the first instance allowable?
I think that is something that's still under review, that we're seeking, we're seeking assurance from the consultants that it is something that is allowable and that all the proper controls will be in place, and we're looking to minimize the type of information that needs to be submitted, only the minimal information that would be submitted. But we share your concerns, legislator, that all those the proper controls shall be in place and need to be in place.
So we don't know if it's even in the first instance allowable. All right. Now, how many county employees need to be dedicated, and for how long, in processing these things? Do we have the people?
So the review process is meant to be primarily performed by a team of consultants that would be paid for through the ARP.
And how much
funds.
do you figure that's going to cost? Is that part of the $100 million?
It's Yes, in terms of the consultant support. I have that chart, but as part of the appropriation, there was a consultant support line. So that line we would use.
That's part of the 100 million that we're talking about today?
I'm sorry, no, the 62 million, I'm sorry. The 62 million that was appropriated back in June, there is a consultant support line in that appropriation. So a portion of that would be used to fund the consultant to do this operation. We have the county has on-call contracts, disaster management contracts, 3 of them, that we had sent out a task order request, or mini bid, if you will, to those 3 firms, and we received 1 proposal. We are currently reviewing that proposal. We have not made an award yet, and we're actually waiting to fit out the portal process so that we can then share that with the...
So do you have any preliminary guesstimate on how much that's going to cost?
I'd have to go back and check. I don't want to, because that's part of a sort of an open procurement solicitation. What we're trying to do, and I'm just, I'll just put that out there, is make that review process as programmatic, as automatic as possible. There will need to be manual work done, because there will be cases where, there's nothing, the software can't read a receipt that was scanned and PDF'd and submitted through the portal. So there definitely will need to be manual work. But through our IT department, they're trying to automate as much of that review process as possible. No, that's not going to protect or prevent the firm that's doing the review from being able to view that personal identifiable information. But we're trying to automate as much as possible, really, to keep the cost down for the consultant doing the work.
All right. Now, I'm going to go into another area altogether. By the way, before I even do that, I assume that the administration will get a transcript of whatever questions are being asked here by everyone, and that you're going to have comprehensive answers to all of these questions before the legislature goes ahead and votes in a couple of weeks, right?
Of course,
That's a fair thing. Okay, thank you. Okay, now I want to question as to whether this is the most appropriate use necessarily of the money that the federal government has provided to us. There are other uses that are permissible, right? For instance, drainage projects and so forth, correct?
Drainage is an eligible.
It's an eligible thing. And the county is going to go ahead in the next year, 2 years, going to borrow many, probably multiples of this amount just for those kinds of projects. Would that be fair? I mean, I can go ahead and just say in my district alone, there's one project I know.
Infrastructure projects, yes.
Yeah. In other words, we're going to rebuild West Broadway, something like a $20 million project, and I understand that 3/4 of it is related to drainage, and that's just one project. We've got to have many more like that, right? Now, $100 million borrowed now, and you bond it, and it's, what is it, typical period, 20 years, 30 years? What's that costing over 30 years? What does that come to?
Right,
would you say 150 maybe, 140, 150? Would that be a fair guess?
I don't know what our bonding interest rate is these days.
Yeah, it's a low way. Municipal finance is much lower. It's the most efficient way of financing anything. We know that. But it's still borrowing, and it's still got to be repaid. So I'm trying to figure out the most efficient way, or actually the most beneficial way to the taxpayers at large of using all this money. So in other words, we've got among the highest taxes in the entire country. I think the taxpayers would like to see, first of all, perhaps more projects of this type being done because we need them. And second of all, they'd like to see tax relief. This is money, this is $100 million. I mean, I know it's not coming directly from the budget, but right now it's a county asset. Right now it's our money, it's a county asset. And we can give some money to people right now, to some people right now, or we can provide everybody long-lasting tax relief over many years, as well as other various uses that might provide tremendous benefit to the county. Has that been considered?
Legislator, I certainly hear your point. The initial input of the public through the Economic Advisory Committee and others was, how do you spend this ARP fund that is coming to Nassau County? It was direct assistance to residents and then direct assistance to businesses through grants and loans and otherwise. So, 100 million of ARP out of what will be nearly 400 million coming to the county overall. It's about a quarter, right, of the overall allotment.
So, are you saying that it's you're not contemplating that any of the remaining 200 million that's coming next year will be used in this kind of fashion? Is that what you're saying?
Legislator, I don't have that answer for you. But
so then we can't really say. We're talking about the 200 million, give or take, right now,
right.
And most of that, by a small amount, is being proposed for this use right now. Most of it. That's factual. You don't have to. And that's factual. It's a little under 200 million, and this is 100 million. Most of it is being used for now. Low-income assistance, is that usually a state function or a federal function or a county function?
For the
income assistance to low-income people. So I'm questioning whether this is a proper use of county money.
Who provides that?
I'm sorry?
You're asking who typically provides assistance?
Correct. Where does that money come from?
Well, federal and state, yes.
Right. So once again, question is this a proper use of a county asset?
I think, though, it's administered through the county in
administered,
many regards.
Agreed. It's administered through the county, but, right now, this is a county asset that is being proposed to be spent on low-income assistance. Again, I'm not trying to say that low-income assistance is not a worthy thing to do. That's not the subject of this discussion at all. The question is whether it's appropriate for the county to use its asset for that purpose when it's not required to, and when we have when we have many needs. In other words, let's look at a county that's been in deficit forever. We have a control board, right? We have a control board that I think we all would like to terminate, everyone here. So the last year we had a surplus in the budget, right? In 2020?
I'd have to defer to OMB.
So the question is, what happens to that surplus if you take away the first tranche of federal money? In other words, you had, I believe it was 90 million diverted to salaries. Permissible. It was, instead of being used to fund various COVID purposes, it was used for salaries. Perfectly permissible. What happens to that surplus? It goes away. This is my question is really, can we afford this? I'm not looking for an answer from you. That's not a question for you. I'm going to turn it over to other members of this panel here. And by the way, I'll ask consent once members of this panel have finished with questions. We might as well, since it's going to rules as well, instead of calling it again, why don't we allow members of the rules to just join us? You have no questions. Excellent. I'm holding you to it. Yeah, but why don't you invite them to come in, please? All right. No objections. Good. All right. Ms. Ford.
Okay. Thank you, Sean, for your presentation. I'm just going to. Okay. I just want to go back over some of the items that Legislator Coppell did discuss with you. I understand the whole concept that the desire is to get $375 basically to people who suffered some sort of need during the pandemic. So, you know, when you talk about your household, okay, where you define it as that one $375 check would go per household, okay? And I don't know, I just find, though, that, and I agree with Legislator Capel, you might end up giving this money to a household that, you know, like when they look at all of the people that are living there, and I'm not talking about just a husband and wife or whatever, but I'm talking about people that have multiple people that are earning salaries living in this one household, that they would get that $375 because that one household gets it. But you may have households that may have people that are low income living there, that they may be renting rooms, okay? And they may be the people who like worked in the local restaurants, maybe they worked in nail salons or whatever, and they're earning a living, and they happen to live in this household, okay? But they're the ones that actually were the ones that truly lost income. They suffered a lot during the pandemic, but because of the rule of the household, they would not be eligible for this $375. So in essence, when we look at the way that we're going to disperse this money, we may be hurting the people that I believe should be the ones that should be the first to be getting something like this, if this indeed is something that we need to give to these people because of the suffering that they had through loss of income, you know, food insecurity, and so forth. So I do have an issue with that, and I really think that that's something that has to be looked at. And also the fact that if you go by a household, so if somebody in a household decides that they're going to apply first, they may not be the actual homeowner, but they may be somebody living there. That means that the homeowner doesn't get the $375, but whoever is living there, because that person jumped ahead of the line. That's another thing that can cause a lot of issues with the people who are living there.
If it's a two-family, the tenant would be eligible under, you know, as it would be different.
Right.
That would be a separate unit than the owner.
Yeah.
So both the owner and the tenant could apply.
And that I get, but what I'm saying though is if the intent, so the intent is basically just homeowners and not necessarily renters.
Oh no, renters would be permitted to apply and
As long as they
receive.
were in a legal apartment.
Well, as long as we're able to verify their address, and we have, you know, databases to do that, they're eligible.
But you're saying though, you define the household, and that only one check would go for household, and you're saying it depends upon the address. So if somebody is renting a room, or two people are renting rooms, who gets the $375?
Right. If it's exactly. So if it's one unit and there are, say, 4 bedrooms and 4, you know, post-college kids are living in that,
right,
then yes, one would get the
So
check.
whoever is the fastest in applying will be the one who gets the money.
Right.
All right. Well, that I find, I don't know. That I think is unfair. I really do. You know, because I think it defeats the whole purpose, the thought behind this being so gracious and helping these people out. Now, when we talked about if these payments are taxable or not, okay, I don't think you were here, but in the previous, when we discussed this a couple of months ago, this was something that was brought up, and it was brought up because even Newsday had reported that these payments are going to be taxable, that the people, that if they get $375 based on the tax rate, they'll really only see $250. So have we reached out to the Treasury Department? And if so, can I get a copy of that correspondence where you have asked the Treasury Department as to whether or not these payments are going to be taxable or not? No, they wrote to them, so I'd like to know if it should have been, this should have been sent to the Treasury Department already, because it's something that we have been talking about a while. So I'd like to see what correspondence we sent in regard to some of the questions that we brought up months ago in regard to these payments, so that we know that moving forward, that we are able to say with, you know, to certainty to residents that if you can have this money, but, you know, like you're going to get a 1099, you're going to have to report it. Because I don't know whether or not it can have an impact on anybody's, like, unemployment, I don't know, so that's just something I think to me is very, very important, if they're gonna get that or not. The concern I have also with the consultant, when we look at, everything is gonna go through that Boost Nassau portal first, okay? So how many employees do we have assigned to the Boost Nassau portal? Because that Nassau portal is gonna be for the chambers, it's gonna be for 501c3s, it's gonna be for all businesses. Now it's gonna be for over 400,000 residents that are gonna be eligible to be able to submit all the documentation. So how many employees do we have assigned to this portal?
So the way the HAP portal would work is, yes, you're going to the same Boost, landing page, but it's, on the back end, it's a completely separate program that you'll connect to. I mean, we have to work out how many county staff will be managing the day-to-day, but we intend to have the majority of the review be performed by the consultant, overseen by county staff. So minimizing the county staff hours in the day-to-day. Of course, overseeing and ensuring that things are done, properly, but in terms of the day-to-day hourly, forces, that would be on the consultant side.
So, and then how much, so we don't know, there's no cap on how much the consultant, because, we're not taking from the $100 million that we're planning on distributing to, or up to $100 million that we're distributing to the households in Nassau County. But we are going to be taking money away from, out of the $62 million that has been promised as either loans and or grants to businesses and 501c3s, correct?
Well, yes, and there are many of those lines in the $62 million appropriation have, there's administrative fees and percentages baked into each one of those. So, for instance, the grant program, loan program, there would be administrative set-asides within that allocation.
But for those, but now we're adding another line of administrative fees that have nothing to do with those programs, but to do with this program, correct?
Right. So the $100 million would be preserved for the checks. On top of that, there would be
but out of the $62 million, there's there is not preserved. We're going to take a portion of that for whatever. So if this the consultants can very well charge us, can cost us maybe $1 or $2 million, correct? Or $5 million?
Because it's an open procurement, I can't say, but yes, they will be charging us a
because
fee
because it's like they're going to be reviewing. They're going to have to take everybody's applications. They're going to have to review, see who lives in the household, check any type of vouchers or anything like that. So it can be very labor intensive on their part, correct?
We're trying to, through IT and the portal development, make it as automatic, as programmatic as possible, so that their work is minimum. But yes, there will be manual review.
And will there be accountability on the part of these consultants, so that when, say, I'm going to apply and I'm sending my information into them and the vouchers, and now I'm going to wait to see if I'm eligible for this money or not, because I'm going to assume, I guess, that they're going to be the ones who will determine whether or not I am eligible for that money or not, correct? So, because then there has to be some sort of accountability, because I think when I when I think about Sandy, when they hired people to interact with residents that were impacted by loss, it was very frustrating because they would get different people, So, and I know, like, sometimes, we think $375, maybe it's not a lot of money, but to some people it is a lot, So it's very important that they're able to communicate and get their answers. And I'm going to hope that this will be done in a timely fashion. So if somebody applies, like, say, November 6th, they're not all of a sudden calling us up, January, saying, hey, where's my money? Because I think that there has to be a time limit as well, so that they get it within a certain amount of time, because if we're saying that they suffered from food insecurity, lost a job or whatever, it might mean a lot to them. It might mean, maybe being able to pay for medications or something like that. So, we'll go shopping in Costco, but,
And the majority of households using the latest census data are, almost 300,000 households are within that 130% AMI threshold. So the only information that we'd be verifying is the tax return or the income information. So that process should be very, very quick.
okay.
We are building in, if there's a question, first of all, you'll get an automatic, response that we've received your application. There will be, I don't want to call it like a waiver or a dispute, but there will be that process available.
I think there will be disputes, yeah.
Yep, to speak to a reviewer to reconcile any or update any data that we need.
So I'll be the first to admit I'm slower on doing like maybe these applications than my son would be. So like he may put in and he gets the money and then I say, but what happened to me? Type of thing. So
yeah, kick him out of the house.
I wish. No, I'm only teasing. But there was one other question. I'm sorry, I don't mean to hold you on this one. I think actually you may have, but I like as Howard had said, that I hope that you'll take all these questions that we've asked. But I really do. My last comment will though be that I really think that you need to take a look at how you define a household and who would be eligible, because for me, I'm in a household, maybe I could fall within that limit, and then my son lives upstairs in his own apartment, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't think I should be eligible for something like that. You know what it just says, I think that it's more that, I know everybody could have suffered, like whether or not you had to run out and buy extra stuff, living in a pandemic, you find that you're like ordering food online because the stores are closed or whatever. That I understand could be a hardship for some people. But I really think that if the intent is to help the people that lost their jobs or with food insecurity or really are on the lower income, I think that I would feel more comfortable myself that they would be some of the first ones to get this money. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
I'm going to try not to repeat any questions that were already asked, but I just want to back up to the households. In my district, I have a lot of families that, especially families that have come from other countries. They all live together in a home. Many families are there, and they save up the money till they can go buy a place of their own. And now, obviously, like you said, I guess they're renters in that home, but. And you said, well, renters are able to get this, but they all live at, well, I'm going to say it was my house, okay? It's not the case, but they all live at 38 Bob White Lane. So now, say I wanted to apply, but every one of them wants to apply. I could tell you that every one of those families are going to be calling each and every one of us to say, well, why didn't I get to do this too? I fall into that category, and yet they all live at that same address. So I feel like that's going to be a major issue. And that's not a few. That's a large number, I feel, of homes. Certainly, like I said, within my district. I do agree with Legislator Ford in the fact that there are many people that really were on minimal amount of income during this time, and they probably could use a little bit more than the $375, whereas others who really were able to work, but they kind of just fall into this category, they will be able to get the money also. Not that $375 is a ton of money, but for some people that's, it's going to pay a bill. It's going to help them with something. I also think that we really have to be very careful. We have to know exactly is that taxable, because there are people that are on the cusp of receiving, receiving other benefits, but even a little bit of money could knock them out of those benefits. And you know, so now you did something that you thought was gonna help them, and in the long run, it hurt them. And, you know, all of those questions need to be answered beforehand. It does concern me that, you know, obviously, we don't have the manpower to do it all in-house, but I'm sure people are going to be concerned about who is seeing their tax returns, who's getting all this information. Can they, you know, can they wipe anything out of their information? I don't know if that's possible. Guess they'll ask those questions too. And I'm sure those questions are gonna come through each and every one of the legislators, so we need to know all that information. Yeah, can they redact information from their returns? You know, will those returns eventually be destroyed? Like, wherever they're going, whoever is going to be looking at them, is there a period of time, or will you need that for, you know, or forbid there were questions down the road, and will you have to do it? You know, what would happen if we found that this was not able to be done? Now we have to pay back all this money. I mean, if people think they're getting that money and they get it and they spend it, they might not have it to give back. So that's another issue that needs to be addressed. What do we do with the people who, let's be honest, when we were trying to get people COVID vaccines and so on and so forth, there are many people that, you know, are not going to automatically get this check, but who don't use computers. So what do they do? How are we going to help all of those people? You know, that's another thing that has to be addressed. So I just feel like there's a lot of questions that we don't have the answers to, and I think we have to have those answers before our full ledge session, and I, you know, hope that you can provide all those answers to the questions that were asked before, and I'm sure those that are going to continue to come.
I will do my best, legislator. And to just point out too, and of course, you know, all the legislators know, you know, what's happening on the ground in your respective district. You know, coming into this though, as far as identifying low and moderate income households, you know, the census information that's available to us does capture household income, right, and how many households fall into certain categories. And of course, the information that's provided is only as good as the information that is collected, right? But, you know, in terms of understanding how many of these households are low to moderate income, and there are about, you know, 291,000 of them out of about 450,000 households in Nassau County. You know, we have a good sense of that magnitude and that scale right off the bat from the census information. So, you know, yes, there can be situations where you have, you know, let's say three generations living in a household, or you know, or not. But when you combine all those incomes, yes, that could trip the 168.9 income, low mod income. And that, yes, that could be the case, but from the census information that we have available to us, we know that, again, almost 300,000 of the 450,000 households in Nassau County are, in fact, making less than 130% AMI. And that's, you know, regardless of generation, that's household unit. And again, you know, they need to report that information through the census questionnaires. But again, it's real data that we rely on and many rely on to make these types of decisions. So I just wanted to point that out, but again, point taken. I mean, you know your districts, you know, through and through.
Right.
So.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, now I'm going to invite members of the Rules Committee who have questions. We'll start off with the presiding officer. It's not necessary. We'll vote. We'll vote only the Finance Committee. I don't think that's necessary. And as a matter of fact, we on the Finance Committee might benefit from hearing the additional questions and answers that are posed by members of the Rules Committee. Poor baby.
Don't you want to hear it?
Sorry.
I like the way you think.
What? All right.
You gotta make them stay all.
What? I'm sorry. What? All right. Sure, go ahead, Ms. Vermel.
Well, Sean, okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I just want to his attention.
I'm sorry
All right,
about
yeah, no, that's all right. You know, I've listened to all the questions and answers, and it sounds like it's a rollout where the first come, first served, right? The first ones who will register will get their checks the soonest?
Well, yes, as applications are received,
Yeah.
funds will leave the door, yes.
Okay, so if this legislative body passes it in 2 weeks, it'll go live almost immediately?
Yes, the portal will go live, and as I mentioned, that in Category 1, the households receiving enhanced STAR, limited income and disabilities benefits, or senior citizen property tax exemptions, they don't even need to apply. We know who those folks are, those households are. So that'll be the first sort of tranche of checks to leave the door.
And how many make up that category?
That's about 42,000 households.
So presumably, the next day, they could start receiving their checks?
Yes, they could be mailed.
Okay, and then the portal will be open, and as soon as there, let's say, people in the first category up to the 168.9 income, you know, apply and it's verified, that could be done almost immediately as well?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Sean.
Good evening.
Moments ago, in reference to the loan program, I think a representation was made that the administration would not be issuing any loans until final guidance was received. I heard that correctly, right? So I'm assuming that you're not going to be sending any checks out until you have final guidance on the direct payments, correct?
On the tax implication, yes.
Let me ask you this: the tax implications came up the last time we had a hearing, which was 2 or 3 months ago. So tell me, who have you contacted? Who has the administration been in touch with? What are you waiting for?
Connell, are you on the line? Can you answer that question, please?
I am on the line, Sean. I don't know if the administration has contacted anyone in the federal government regarding that issue. I don't know.
So then the question begs the question: what have you done to get an answer to that question? What has the administration done?
And the particular question is the tax
Impacts of people who receive direct payments.
Right. Connell, in terms of the questions that were submitted to the Treasury as part of the open comment period,
right?
Is that information that can be shared?
I don't. Yeah, I would assume so, but I don't believe taxability was included in that. But certainly, yeah, circle back with that. Yep.
Okay. Presiding officer, that's a question that I will get back to you on as far as the tax implication, that question to the Treasury.
So questions were submitted to the Treasury. Were responses received from Treasury?
Excuse me?
Were responses to the questions received from the Treasury?
I'm sorry, I'm not following you.
You submitted questions to the Department of Treasury.
Yes.
Did the Department of Treasury respond to those questions?
No, they have not. Our questions were submitted through the national request for questions. To my knowledge, the federal government has not yet published responses to those questions.
Well, we will request that the questions be provided to us. My understanding is those are public records under the guidance.
We will do so, of course.
Are you aware, you meaning the administration, of any other municipality that is sending out direct payments?
There are a few. There's not an apples to apples comparison. There are a few municipalities that have been debating funds to low and moderate income households. I actually did a little bit of research on that. Again, it's it's not apples to apples with our program. I believe it's, I'd have to get you the two municipalities that are escaping me right now, but those were there are two that are close to what we're doing, but they're not identical. I believe there's a program that would provide only to first responders, healthcare workers. Again, not identical to to the structure of our program.
Okay, thank you. Now you indicated that the administration had submitted questions to the Treasury. In addition to submission of questions to the Treasury, have you obtained any outside legal opinion as to whether this whole plan is permissible?
Connell, would you be able to respond?
We have not. We have as you know, in the package, included in the package is the county attorney opinion, which says it is permissible.
Okay. All right, let me go to the HUD guidelines. In terms of the low to moderate income, does HUD make a distinction in terms of households depending on whether it's a family or an individual?
So, excuse me, the AMI for Nassau and Suffolk counties is they base that on a family of four. So in Nassau and Suffolk counties, that median family income or median household income is $129,900.
Okay.
That's Nassau and Suffolk counties.
All right, so then how do you make the determination if it's based on a family of four that a single person is a household and entitled to receive this direct payment?
Right, so we don't have a way of confirming how many people live in a household. So we are using the average AMI, which is what HUD defines as 129,900. They base that on a family of four, but they publicize a AMI. If you look at AMI for Nassau and Suffolk County, it's going to read 129,900. You're not going to see a scale of income ranges.
Okay. Now, in the submissions to the Department of Treasury, was that indicated, the fact that while you're following the HUD guidelines in terms of low and moderate income, there's some variance with respect to the number of people who might be living in a household. Is the Treasury being made aware of that?
I don't believe that was in our list of questions to the Treasury.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. We went through this with Legislator Coppell. If you have a home and a family's living in it, and there is the mother of the two parents, they live in a mother-daughter. Is that two households? They're going to have the same address, but the mother may have a separate apartment.
So if it's a separate apartment and it's being assessed as, in this case, it would be like a two-family.
Right.
It shows in our assessment records as a two-family. Both units would receive a check.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that's interesting. Leads me to the next question, I guess. So if you have somebody who's living illegally in a home, again, I mean, I'm not touching on multiple units, obviously they have their own issues and this would not apply, but if you have someone who's living illegally in a home, as Legislator Ford indicated before, maybe working locally in a restaurant, maybe working, trying to earn enough wages for their family, that person, that family will not be eligible because you're going to look at the assessment records and the assessment records are going to say one family. Is that correct?
My understanding is the assessment record does not, let me flip that around. If local zoning and building, if the local municipality does not identify, let's say it's a second unit in a single family home, that does not necessarily mean that our assessment department does not acknowledge there's a second unit in that household. My understanding is it's based on the characteristics of the household, whether there are two kitchens, et cetera. So as long as our assessment database reflects it's being taxed as a two-family, both units would be eligible.
Okay, but if it's being taxed as a one-family, and you get Smith, and then you get another one from Jones, it's a one family, only one of those families is going to be able to.
If it's if it's being taxed, and in that case, it would not show up on a local zoning database as two-family, it would not show up on a county assessment, then yes, we would only acknowledge that household as one, being one unit.
I just want to move on. Legislator Walker brought this up, but you've mentioned repeatedly about the portal that's being developed. Seniors in particular, and basically many of the people you're targeting, people with limited means, are unlikely. Many seniors, not all of them, obviously there's many seniors, many of us are tech savvy, many of us are not, but many people, thousands of people are not tech savvy. They don't know what a portal is, never mind submitting documents over a portal. Who's going to be handling the mass of documents and the tax returns that are going to be submitted by residents, by seniors, by people who really did struggle in the pandemic, still struggling? Who's going to handle that?
So my understanding is that those documents would still need to be input through the portal, through the single port of access, but there would need to be outreach to those who may not be digitally proficient, so that they can assist with having that data input into the portal. We understand that there are some folks who may not be proficient in computer, internet, et cetera. They'll need some assistance in loading their information into the portal. I think we also need to work through that on the back end. If there are any questions, how does that communication occur?
When you say assistance, are you envisioning, I don't see any other scenario, are you envisioning people having to come to the county offices and sit down with a worker who's going to help them upload their tax returns to the portal and other documents?
Is it a service that we would provide? Yes. We have the Boost portal, the Boost Resource Center at Eisenhower Park. That's a venue. I mean, there's nothing that prevents us from setting up, pop-up assistance centers that would allow, in places where, we could reach as much of that population as possible. So I think that's something we would strive for, but, using our existing sort of networks to ensure that that those services are provided, again, for folks who may not be electronically or digitally proficient.
And we're talking about this. This is going to be a massive undertaking. It really is. I mean, you're talking tens of thousands of people who are not going to be able to navigate this portal, who are going to need manual assistance. I don't know that you're ready for this. Here's a concern I have about the information that's going to be going out, that people will have to substantiate their income through their sending in their tax returns. I mean, there are scams that are going on all the time. How are we going to make sure that there are the bad actors out there that are going to say, all right, look at this county program. I'm going to call Mrs. Jones, 88 years old. I'm going to give her a call and say, look, I'm from the county. Send me your tax returns. I mean, there's all sorts of issues here.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying. I don't have an answer for that, but that's. I hear you.
All right.
Presiding officer,
she summed it up. We need answers.
I do have the list of other municipalities that we had researched. If you'd like, I can just.
Okay. Well, you want to do it now? Or you want to do it later?
I could follow up. I could send it to you. I just want to let you know that.
Okay.
If you
Good.
need it. Okay.
One last question. If there are problems with this program, are people going to have to send their checks back in? If the final guidance comes out and the federal government, in its infinite wisdom, decides, you probably shouldn't have done it that way, or some people are going to have to send us back their direct payments?
My understanding is that the federal government, the Treasury, is not going to sign off or bless each individual recipient's programs. So I think it's left to us to put forth a program that meets the guidance as we understand it, as it's been interpreted and clarified through interim rules. I think we feel confident that the information out there today in the interim rule is consistent with the program that we are proposing to launch, so that we do not intend that those funds would need to be returned and recaptured. So that's certainly our goal.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. I just wanted to express our condolences to Connell. I know he had a loss in the family, and I appreciate him making himself available, but we express our sympathies, Connell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I appreciate that.
And we express the same, Connell. Sorry for your loss.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Sure. Mr. Sally, there are approximately between 23 and 24,000 municipalities, states, counties, towns, villages in the United States. There is not, according to your testimony, one who is doing a program exactly like the program the administration is proposing. Has anyone in the administration asked themselves why that's the case?
When I say that they're, apples to apples, there's not an identical, example. I think there are just so many, variations of what, could be in a direct payment or direct assistance to a homeowner or to someone who has been impacted economically from the pandemic.
Well, you alluded to, during your answer, the names escaped you, but you alluded to two, one of which was providing money, if I understand your testimony correctly, to first responders and healthcare workers, right?
Yes.
So that's, it's similar in that they're making a direct payment, but we're talking about something much more expensive than that, right?
Right. And again, as you said, it's to understand what all of these municipalities throughout the nation are doing with their ARP funds it would be a daunting task. However, we did look at, again, certain examples that we were able to find online. St. Louis is doing setting aside $5 million to direct payments to folks or households struggling due to the pandemic. $500 for families making less than $66,000. New Jersey, city of Trenton. I don't believe this has been approved yet, but it is under consideration. Mayor wants to send the city's more than 28,000 households a $500 stimulus payment. Approximately $15 million would come from their $72 million allotment of ARP funds. California, $600 will be sent to taxpayers who earn $75,000 or less, and those who didn't receive, a prior stimulus payment from the state. Again, there's, it's not identical, but I would say some of these municipalities are thinking along the same lines. Proportionality, of course, if they have less funds allotted, there's less funds to dole out. Population is less in many of these communities than Nassau. But there is some comparable programs that are either proposed or have been initiated that are similar to our program.
How many have an actual initiated plan?
Excuse me?
How many of those, the handful that you cited to, how many of those have an actually initiated plan?
My understanding is St. Louis.
For $5 million.
That's $5 million, right?
We're talking about $100 million here, right?
Right, and they're issuing $500 checks.
How many people does the city of St. Louis have in it?
I don't have that number offhand.
More than the population of Nassau County, right?
I could check quickly.
Well, I suspect that one of the reasons why many more municipalities are not adopting the same plan that we're being asked to adopt is because there is so much uncertainty, and because it'll be so difficult to actually organize what it is that's being proposed. Because what I'm hearing today is we don't know what we're actually doing if we adopt this plan. We don't have a final rule. We only have interim guidance. According to your testimony, no one from the administration has actually reached out to the Treasury Department to ask certain questions. So what is it that we're actually being asked to vote upon? And how is it when the county executive proposed an initial plan vastly different from the one that we're considering here today back in May? How is it that we're coming here today without having answers to many of the same questions that we had in June when we spoke about this for the first time? How is that possible?
So my understanding is that, you know, the change in the program is meant to engage more than just homeowners. So renters are involved in this new program. I understand what you're saying regarding the lack of final guidance from the Treasury, but with that timetable being unknown, and what type of clarity will ultimately be provided by the Treasury, we don't know what that will look like either.
But that goes back to the presiding officer's point, which is, what happens if you're wrong? You don't think the federal government is going to ask for the money back, right? I mean, that's what we're being told today. I could point to probably thousands of Superstorm Sandy individuals who received money from the federal government with clearly defined rules, only to find that the rules changed midstream, that all of a sudden grants they were received turned into loans, and all of a sudden they owe back $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 worth of grant money with interest. The federal government does that all the time. And so what makes the administration so sure, if we move ahead with this plan, that 6 months from now, a year from now, we're not going to be turning around to these same homeowners and say, hey, you know that $375 you gave us? Maybe taxed, maybe not taxed. That $375, we need that back. Oh, by the way, we need that back with interest. Or how are you so sure that if we don't ask taxpayers for that back, where's that $100 million going to come from? Because it's going to come from the same taxpayers, just in a different form, right? Because we're going to have to pay that bill. Here's my concern. County executive came out with a plan in May. That plan in May was supposed to provide $375 checks roughly to 300,000 homeowners. Anybody that made less than $500,000, anybody that was eligible for either enhanced star or the regular star deduction. That's how it was supposed to be distributed. We asked questions about that, and we were given the very same assurance that we're receiving today from the county attorney's office that, yeah, we could do that. Why? Absolutely we can. And we asked you to ask the Treasury Department. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. But now all of a sudden, we have a completely different plan. I suspect, because you figured out you can't actually do that, right? And we've got a pretty bad track record with this administration with respect to that. You look at CARES Act money, for example, right? We were told back in December, hey, we got $103 million in CARES Act money, but we need to use $98 million of it because we're looking at a $285 million budget deficit. So we go ahead and say, okay, we'll approve the $98 million to go towards the budget so we can close the gap. And then find out 30 days later that we actually have a $120 million surplus. Money that actually could have gone to businesses, money that could have gone to residents, didn't get there. Instead, it went to the county's bottom line. Now we're being presented with this plan in May. If we had adopted the plan that the administration set forth in May, we would owe the federal government $100 million. So the fact that you're coming here today and saying, well, I don't know, we're going to have to check on those answers, I'll get that for you in 2 weeks, I have a problem with that. You know, we've been asking these questions, and we've got the county executive going out and having a press conference 10 days ago demanding that we come back early from our summer break. We have a press conference this morning demanding that we pass this on our calendar today. But when is the county executive going to do her homework?
because we would have gotten burned by this if we listened to her back in May, just like taxpayers got burned by us listening to her back in December. Because you've got a lot of questions that you simply don't know the answers to. We don't actually know the definition of a household. We can speculate. We haven't gotten any Treasury guidance on that. We don't know, the Treasury guidance requires the aid to be proportional to the harm. We've simply picked $168,000 as the guideline. Do we know that's proportional to the harm? Because HUD has different definitions for what's low income, what's moderate income. How does that come into play? Do we know the answer to that question? Because based on what I've heard so far, we're not 100% sure that us picking an arbitrary number of $168,000, and I understand that it's got some basis in median income, but do we know that that actually meets the criteria that's going to be set forth by the Treasury Department?
Legislator, we don't, but we also don't know if they will.
But how is the county executive coming to us saying that we have to adopt this plan today when she doesn't know whether the criteria that she's using are actually going to be approved by the Treasury Department?
Legislator, from my understanding is that the Treasury is not going to approve or bless or sign off on programs from individual recipients. They will provide as detailed guidance as they feel fit to issue, but they will not ultimately check the box as far as eligibility for us.
But don't you think that maybe the reason that virtually no other municipality in the country is doing this right now is because they don't know exactly what the rules are supposed to be?
I don't, I can't speculate on why why more municipalities are not doing it.
Okay, let me ask you this question. When we don't know what the rules are, why is the county executive saying that we should do this?
I can't answer that.
Let's assume for the moment that we were to adopt this. Is there any plan whatsoever for how we're actually going to provide technical assistance to homeowners that need help with this?
Need help with applying?
Need help with the application process. Right. To the presiding officer's point, and to Legislator Ford's point, you probably have tens of thousands of individuals, if we're going to open up this portal, that have no ability to access the portal or understanding of the portal.
I think, 42,000 households that are receiving enhanced senior STAR, senior exemptions, or LID will get automatic payments, so they'll never have to touch the portal.
But how
I know that's not.
But
that's
how
not
are the payments going to be? Because you still have to have some sort of application. You were saying that anybody that has has an income of $168,000 or less is automatically eligible for the program, but they're going to have to prove to you that they have an income of $168,000 or less. So somebody has to, everyone that applies for this, regardless of what they make, is going to wind up having to provide some sort of proof through a tax return, and I'm not sure that I'm entirely comfortable sharing tax returns and the sensitive information on tax returns with the county. We can't even get assessment right. We're gonna collect data from 380,000 homeowners with tax returns from 380,000 homeowners as part of this program. How are we going to process all of that? What's the plan for how we're going to do this?
Right. So of those, Category 1, those households making under $168,900, there are 42,000 households that are already receiving those enhanced senior STAR, LID, or senior exemptions. We know how much they make because they apply for those benefits and they've received those benefits.
Great.
So for those.
So what are we going to do for the 340,000 other homeowners?
Right. So there are. So let's just. That's not an insignificant number. That's 42,000 that are going to automatically get a check, and those presumably would be the most in need of assistance, seniors, et cetera. So right off the bat, they're getting checks. The remainder, right, there still may be, now you may have senior renters, right, who may not be getting a direct property tax. That definitely be the case. And of those renters, they may not be proficient in, in utilizing the internet. So through our outreach channels, we will provide on-the-ground assistance to allow them to apply. That might be boots on the ground, actually, doing that in consultation with those folks. I think there are, various benefits programs out there that are primarily, the intake is electronically, and I think there are outlets and infrastructure in place to assist with that application process when someone, where there's a case where you may not be proficient in, in the internet. And I respect that concern, and I'm not taking that lightly, but I think our team is equipped to be able to go out and do that outreach and make sure that those folks have an opportunity to apply.
I can't get somebody that calls the Department of Assessment to answer the telephone. How are we going to do that? How many people are we going to need to be able to do that? And how do we build the infrastructure that's going to be able to handle that? You're talking about us approving a plan today, right? What is the administration's plan to be able to handle that? Legislator Birnbaum asked an important question. I assume that on the 27th, assuming this passes committees and assuming this passes the full legislature, how quickly is this program going to be in place? Do we have any of the answers to any of those questions as to how we're going to accomplish any of that within a time frame, not of a couple of weeks, but of a couple of months?
And I understand your concern and your question. I think we have existing infrastructure to be able to go out and engage folks who, again, need assistance in applying. We have a Department of Social Services. We have a Community Development Department. I mean, yes, staffing is it's not that folks have.
But Mr. Sally, in theory, you're going to have 340,000 homeowners. You may have more applications than that if you have multiple people living in a house that file separate returns, right? You're going to have at least 340,000 people who are applying for this. We have the infrastructure to do the outreach and assist those individuals if necessary, and if they do happen to know how to file the applications and do file the applications, we're going to have the staff to be able to analyze their tax returns and their applications to demonstrate their need for the COVID resources. We have the people that are going to be able to do that.
So legislator, and I'm not minimizing the concern. I think I hear you loud and clear, but I think of the 350,000 that would need to apply, there's a subset of that. Of those households that would need assistance in applying. Many of them would be able to jump on the internet and do so, on their own.
Look, some will, and let's say that they do.
Many will, I think.
But if they do, and I agree with you, many will, and you'll be flooded with an initial flood of applications. Are we prepared to handle that?
I believe we are through the through the electronic portal. We've been developing that with our IT department, and we've talked about that numerous times. Can that portal infrastructure handle an influx of hundreds of thousands of applications? And the answer is yes, and they actually compared it to the land record viewer that's available to the public that gets hit multiple times a day. This did not seem to present an issue in terms of being able to handle that volume.
I understand. My point in this, however, is not do you have the IT capacity to be able to handle the applications. Do we have the manpower capacity to be able to take an application, do a manual review of that application, make a decision, and for those people who are denied this benefit, handle the appellate process, whatever that process is, that eventually ensues. And I don't think based upon the staffing that we have now and the infrastructure that we have now, I don't know how that's conceivable. And I don't know that the administration actually knows that. And so my point in this is, and I don't mean to belabor it, but you have so many unanswered questions. How does the county executive, and look, we want to get money into the hands of residents. We have a population that suffered low income, middle income, high income, businesses. These ARPA funds are supposed to be released to those residents and released to those businesses as quickly and as effectively as possible to help them recover from this pandemic. We share that same goal. But I don't understand after this being discussed now for 3 months, 3.5 months, since the county executive came out with her proposal, how does the county executive have the audacity to stand on the front steps of this legislature and demand we pass this plan when we don't have any of those answers? And I know you don't know the answer, and that's not fair to ask that question to you, but you're the one that's here, and it's really more of a rhetorical question. So, I mean, I don't know exactly what my colleagues are going to do on this, but if in fact this does pass through committees today, you got a lot of work to do in 2 weeks before this comes before the full legislature. Because as much as we want to get money into the hands of residents, it's going to be very difficult to adopt a plan that has so many holes in it that, you know, it wouldn't hold an ounce of water. So, you know, if that is what happens, please impress upon the powers that be upstairs that they've got a lot of work to do. Because the last thing that I want to do for residents is to make an empty promise to them like was made back in May, that they're going to be receiving benefits that may never come or may only come after a tremendous amount of headaches on their part. So, thank you, Mr. Sal.
All right. The next one.
I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Ferretti is online, and he's got a few questions for you, Sean.
Okay, certainly.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can you both hear me?
John, are you there?
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Try this. Hold on.
John, don't hear you.
How's that? Is that better?
Marginally.
Okay. Good evening, gentlemen. I'll try to be as brief as possible. We don't seem to be getting an answer as to what happens in the event that these funds are not spent in accordance with the guidelines. I'm not really sure why we aren't getting that answer, but let me ask you this just flat out. Do you know what happens in the event these funds are spent in contradiction to the guidelines?
I can answer that. This is Connell. I mean, the rule requires that a recipient such as the county will be subject to recoupment if we don't spend in accordance with the law and the rule.
Right. So, just for argument's sake, if these answers to these questions turn out to be in the negative and we're not allowed to do this, the federal government could come back to the county and recoup the money, correct?
Correct. I mean, that's with any federal program, certainly if you spend outside of the rule, correct.
All right. So, do we agree that the guidelines require that the aid be proportionate to the harm incurred?
It does, and I think the focus there is really on the amount, the $375, and I think what the rule says is the comparison would be to the aid that came into the earlier COVID relief, the $1,400 that went to families,
right.
$800. So I think that's probably more apt comparison is that $375 compared to $1,400. So I think we're pretty firm ground.
Right. So, well, let me ask you this. Let me just run through two scenarios. Resident A, they make approximately $490,000 household income per year. And they, as a result of COVID, they incur $1,000 of extra child care expenses. Are they eligible? And if so, for how much?
They're going to need to show the negative, an actual negative impact. I think, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, they're over the $168,000, so they would have to show the actual.
Right. So they show you their household adjusted income is $490, and they show you they actually show you that they suffered $1,000 in extra child care expenses due to COVID-19. Do they qualify? If so, how much?
I believe it's right, yes. Sean, the 375, correct?
Yes, they make $490,000. Okay. Yes.
Okay, good. Now, Resident B. Resident B's household income is $75,000. And Resident B lost, as a result of COVID, every resident in that house got laid off and their income is now zero. Are they entitled to a payout under this? And if so, how much?
They would fall under the presumption, correct, Sean? So they would get the $375 for the household.
That's correct.
So one household, entire income was eliminated. They make $75,000 a year. They get $375. The $490,000 house who suffered a $1,000 harm as a result of COVID still has their job, still has an income of $490. They get $375. In what way is that aid proportionate to the harm suffered?
I think, legislator, one thing to think about here is that this is a federal program and we follow the rules. So the ARP, one of the categories is aid to households. So assistance to households. So we didn't choose households as the criterion here, right? It didn't say individuals or those most impacted or a gradation of impact. It's households. So we have to live with households as being one of the eligible funding categories, like small businesses are, like profits.
See my point. I'm not talking about that. Right. You have two households. One is a household that's income is $490,000, and essentially it was unchanged by COVID. The other household, pick a number, 170, 180, 50, whatever. It was everyone in that household lost their job. That household was severely impacted by COVID to now to the point where they're destitute. Yet both get a $375 check. That doesn't seem proportionate to the harm. Well, I mean, no, maybe I'm missing something. It doesn't seem that that's proportionate.
Maybe it's two things. One thing is under the rule whether it's proportionate to the harm from COVID. I think it is. I think under the rule it is. I think maybe you're asking a different question, like in relation to each other, to the two households you've described. Is it fair? Is it proportionate? Which I think is a different policy question that I don't think I'm equipped to answer.
Okay, but if we're wrong, and the federal government says, well, I shouldn't say if we're wrong, if the administration is wrong, and the federal government says, you know what, that's not proportionate aid, then as you said, they can come back to the county and recoup the money.
Well, I don't think I think they could, but I think they're looking. The feds would be looking to see whether it's disproportionate, meaning whether we've paid too much to someone had a, if someone had a $10 harm and we paid them $100, that would be disproportionate, right? But if somebody had $1,000 and we gave them $375, I think, or they had, as you said, like, they lost their total income and we gave them $375. We in anything, we haven't overpaid them for their COVID impact. So I don't think they'd be looking to recoup something where we haven't overpaid them for a COVID-related impact.
Now, the $169,000 threshold, or I'm sorry, was it 168 or 169?
It's 168 and change, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. That threshold, I think that was a threshold set by the county, right?
Correct, based on the guidance. And the guidance, we looked at the guidance. They have not defined low to moderate. Other federal programs do. So, we've interpreted that, I think, as in the program. The ARP rule talks about flexibility and allowing municipalities to really come up with programs that fit the local needs and the local character. So we've done, and our consultants have come up with, we think, a good proxy for what our local needs are here in Nassau, the local AMI combined with a local definition of that median income.
All right. Now, I guess my question is, why, and it seems this is a recurring theme with this proposal, there's a lot of mystery here. I mean, it's been 4 months since this was originally proposed back in the middle of May. Why don't we have an answer? Why can't we go to the federal government and say, hey, look, here's our proposal. 169 under, you're presumed to have felt a harm. Will this fly, federal government? Yes or no? Why are we left to wonder? Why, we're asking you, gentlemen, I know it's not your fault here, but nobody seems to be able to give us an answer for 4 months. Why isn't anyone going to the federal government saying, this is the proposal? Will this fly? Yes or no? Because there's a lot at stake here. There's $100 million that could be clawed back by the federal government if we're wrong. So I know what you're telling me, that nobody has asked. Why?
I believe, what Sean had spoken to earlier was that the federal government has stated that they will not pre-clear a program. They've given general guidelines to all the municipalities out there in the country. They do FAQs that they release periodically. They've asked for the comment period, which is now closed, and we all expect to be, a series of comments and a final rule to come out. So you can't say to them, here's the Nassau program, please, pre-clear it. They don't do that. They won't do that. So, we have to live with the general guidance and do our best to interpret it as best we can. We have hired consultants who are experts in this area. and we're using them, relying on them. You know, the county attorney's office reviews this. So, you know, we think that, you know, the original plan talked about in May, you know, I think, you know, if we had gotten, you know, guidance on that, you know, that would have gone forward. But I still think we're hoping that we get guidance on that. I believe that's been submitted, you know, that was the original concept, but that, you know, there is no response from the federal government on that. So, you know, this is a safer, you know, we think this is, you know, absolutely, you know, this two-tier plan is absolutely within the interim final rule. And, you know, so I think
you could tell me definitively that the federal government would not give an answer as to whether the 168 and change threshold would be an acceptable threshold. They will not tell us.
That's my understanding, is they will not give you a pre-approval of a particular program. They will, you know, they will, again, you know, answer general questions. Again, there are answers to questions that appear on their website, the Treasury website. But whether or not, you know, can Nassau build a program that, you know, uses a local definition? You know, we have actually, you know, we've asked that. We've asked them, can we use local definitions? We've not gotten a response to that. We haven't asked them of 168, but we have asked them, can we use local, you know, cost of living adjustments to build our low to moderate definition? And we have asked them that, and we have not gotten a response.
Do you know if there's been any outreach?
Sorry, just to add to that, the county had to issue its and submit its annual report, first annual report to the Treasury for how we are using ARP funds. And we do have a section in there on proposed programs where we spell out the proposal for HAP with these guidelines cited. So that's another avenue for the Treasury to review and opine. But again, as Connell stated, our understanding is the Treasury will not review and opine / approve a recipient's program.
Well, you're kind of broadening my question to be the entire program. I'm asking specifically with the 168.9, similar to whether the 375 is taxable as income. You're asking that, right? So you're asking for an answer to that. So likewise, we could be asking to an answer for whether the 168.9 is a permissible threshold. But that notwithstanding, has anyone reached out to the federal elected officials, a congressman, a senator, to ask them to help us get some responses to this?
I believe the administration has done that, yes.
And have they gotten an answer from any of the elected representatives in the federal government? Locally?
I don't know if, Sean, if you're able to speak to that better, but I'll defer to the administration on the response.
I don't have a specific answer. My understanding is that that Senate Majority Leader Schumer does endorse the program, but as far as a specific blessing of the program, I do not believe that I have that.
You know, I'm not looking for a blessing. It seems like we've had these questions outstanding and nobody's getting back to us with answers. So I was just curious if anybody reached out to, you know, a congressman, a senator, and said, hey, can you push this along and get us some answers? Especially in light of the fact that there are press conferences being held demanding that we vote on this now. In fact, come back for what was described as a summer break. I mean, I don't know what kind of breaks the county executive takes in the summer. I don't take any. So, you know, I would think in light of that every possible avenue would be explored to try to get some answers here.
I believe they are and have been, yes.
Okay. Now, I want to understand in terms of, and I know this was touched upon by Legislator Ford a while back. So how do you prevent husband and wife who live in the same household but file their income taxes separately? How do you prevent them from, number one, double dipping, and number two, evading the tax threshold of $499,000?
So for a married couple filing separately will need to file both returns.
What if they don't? What if only one files? How will you know? What if one of them submits their tax return to you?
Right. So the front end of the questionnaire in the portal, in the application portal, will have a, you'll need to indicate whether you file separately or jointly. If you check separately, you'll need to file married separately, you'll need to file both returns. So you'll need to specify that in the application itself.
But what I'm asking is for people that are not doing the right thing. What if somebody doesn't click the right box and doesn't show any kind of indication that they're even married? But they are. They live in a house with a spouse, and they file separately, and they have a joint income of over $500,000. But on this portal, they don't show that, and they submit their tax return, and it has no indication on the tax return that they're even married. Is there a way to weed that out?
Well, I think the tax return will show married filing separately, right?
Right.
Okay. So you'll pick that up.
Yeah. That'll be picked up, right, as part of the review of the 1040.
Okay. Okay. Just one last question. Are residents who live in illegal residential apartments entitled to a rebate or a check?
I'm sorry, legislator, is that a question?
Yeah. Are residents who live, let's say, for example, in Levittown.
Right.
They live in an upstairs apartment in violation of, town code, as unfortunately that does happen quite often. Are they entitled to a 375 check?
So if the county assessment records reflect if that particular resident is a two-family, then that address would be eligible for two. That house would be eligible for two checks, one to each unit.
Right.
If it does not,
so in the town of Hempstead, and for example, in Levittown, in this zoning district, there are no legal two-family residential dwellings.
Right.
So you would never have a situation where there'd be a two-family dwelling. So I think the answer you're going to give me is no, from what it sounds like, because then that would be a second application from the same household, right?
Right. So if there's a unit in a zoning district in the town of Hempstead that is not legal in terms of the local building code, or reflected on the county, and I guess it wouldn't be reflected on the county assessment database, then right, that second unit, that apartment would not get a check.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, I thank you both for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How are you, Sean?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
So I just want to, I know you had said earlier, and there's been a lot of questions and comments that have been made in the last, hour or two. But let's just get back to the point of why we're here today. If I understand this correctly, roughly, 42,000 will be able to get a check without doing anything.
That's correct.
Then there's another 168,000 that will have to file. Correct me on the numbers if I'm wrong.
Sure.
That will have to upload their tax returns.
So there's roughly 300,000 households making. It's a little bit less than that, but I'm trying to use easy math here. Roughly 300,000.
Yeah, I think we need easy math at this point.
300,000 households making under 169,000 annually. 42,000 of those will get a check automatically without having to apply. The remainder, so easy math, 250,000 will need to submit just their tax return through the portal, along with filling out a couple of fields on the application, as to their address, essentially.
Okay.
Hit send. That then goes to the reviewer.
So walk me through, because I've heard a lot of objection to the upload on the portal. It sounds like it's Star Trek, but explain to me, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean someone sits before their computer and it's like uploading a PDF?
That's correct. So the tax return document, right? You may have a paper version sitting at home, or you may have a PDF in your your home files. If you have a PDF already, you'd upload the PDF. If you have a hard copy, you could take a picture of it and upload it like that, or you could scan it as a PDF.
Mm-hmm.
Just converting it to electronic and then dropping it in the portal. Just like you would upload any file, you hit the button, upload, you find the file, and,
Gotcha.
and you click it.
So it sounds pretty straightforward. So basically, 42,000 don't have to do anything. A good chunk of folks have to just know how to upload a PDF. And then there's another category of folks that I guess are higher income that would have to answer a few more questions. But again, they're some of the higher income folks. So from that standpoint, they should have to answer a few more questions to be able to get the 375, correct?
Right, so that could be up to about 100,000 households. They submit their tax return electronically, and then let's say it's a receipt or a bill or unemployment receipt, something of that nature, electronically through the portal, yes.
Okay. So if I can just spend a little time, because it seems like to me, and I'm not trying to oversimplify this, please, but it seems like to me the process is pretty straightforward. If folks are familiar on how to upload a PDF to their computer, which I would like to think, whether they're seniors or young or middle or old, whatever may be the case, I think by this point, in this age, we're not talking about in the 1980s or the 1990s when computers were a little bit newer to the homes. I would think most people have uploaded a PDF before. So from that standpoint, I think we're pretty straightforward. But I do want to spend some time because I think the points in regards to the process in regards to for us to have the ability to have more clarity, whether it's from the federal government or I do believe some of the concerns that the majority has raised do warrant some greater responses, and I'm hopeful that that is the case. But I do want to remind folks that if I'm understanding you correctly, again, and based on the comments and the statements that I've heard from the county executive of the county, is that you have received the greatest amount of guidance that the federal government would provide. So there's no other guidance that's coming, if I'm understanding this correctly, through further questioning. There's no other guidance that could be coming in addition to what you've already asked for and what you've received.
The federal government is, whether they respond to the open question period that ended back in the middle of July, whether they put out a revised rule answering those questions, clarifying, we don't know if they're going to do that, and if they do that, do they answer all of the questions? Do they take a subset? We just don't know that. So we're operating on what everyone else in the country is operating on in terms of the guidance.
I guess that's what I'm driving at. There's no questions that you haven't asked in a certain way that someone had brought up the city of St. Louis tonight in regards to population. There's no questions that you have asked that if you change the phrasing on how you ask them, that suddenly you're going to get more information. What I'm trying to say is that it sounds like we've asked the questions, we received the guidance. Now as legislators, we have to make the decision, do we want to proceed with what we have, or do we want to go down a path of trying to ask more questions and delay this process even more? And the flip side to that is, which is very real, you're going to have Nassau County residents continue to struggle to pay for their medication, to possibly put food on the table. That's the trade-off, guys. That's what it takes. If you want to ask more questions of what the county executive administration has already asked, which if we don't feel that's sufficient, then you're making a calculated decision to trade off folks that need their medication, to pay their rent, to put food on the table. You're saying to them, you can wait 2 or 3 more months until we get this right. Or completely 99, 100% right, when we probably maybe have it at, to be fair, maybe in the 90s or the upper 80s or maybe the low 90s. I don't know. But to be fair, that's what we're talking about tonight, that trade-off. I don't know. I got residents throughout Freeport and Baldwin, and I can tell you, quite frankly, they can't wait 3 more months while we should have been holding hearings on this, and the same questions that are being asked tonight should have been pounded and pounded and pounded over and over again for the last few months. It took a press conference today for us to even get this on the addendum. So from my standpoint, let's just be clear that the politics is here. It's wide open. It's glaring in our faces. You didn't do anything for weeks, not months, which is fair. We were off, I understand. But the bottom line is we did nothing. So now we're going to ask the questions. We're going to try to be tough. We're going to try to put Mr. Sally in a tough spot, which is fine. That's fine. He's a big boy. He can handle it. But these questions should have been asked already. And we should have been going through this process. We should have rolled up our sleeves and came back in August and held hearings. But we didn't do that. There wasn't one hearing in August. There wasn't one hearing in July. We didn't do it. So the bottom line is, we're now saying, Mr. Sally, you better come back in 2 weeks. Or guess what? Well, guess what? I would love to see one of you guys vote against it. Because I can tell you, there are residents, not just in my district, but all throughout the county that could benefit from this 375. I would love to be able to see you guys vote against it. I would love to see it. I don't think you're going to do it. So rather than procrastinate and prolong this process, let's call the question and let's move on. Thank you.
We'll do that soon. I would just correct one misimpression, Kavan, and that is that these questions weren't asked before. Many of these questions were asked months ago, and answers have not been forthcoming. All right, but well, yeah, but the point is, you don't have to ask it in the session. We asked it behind the scenes so that when we came to the session, it would have presumably been ready to go. As it is, what we have is something with dozens of questions. Sean, I assume that, by the way, we still have one person who needs to talk with you. We have dozens of questions. I assume, as I said before, you're going to take the transcript and come up with answers to them, because we will. And because right now it just seems not fully baked. Let's put it that way. Legislator Schaefer.
I have one question, just one. Okay, so will the income be pre or post-tax?
It's AGI, adjusted gross income. So there's a line on the 1040 that that we'll use. I believe the 2020 1040, it's line 11. AGI will be there, and that's what we'll use.
Okay, so not included with any of your deductions or anything?
Right. Okay. This will be, my understanding is before, it's after some deductions, before many, but we're just, line 11 on that federal tax return, AGI will be the number that defines your household income.
Okay. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Okay, then. Let me just say that I anticipate that the majority will provide sufficient votes to pass this through so that the entire legislature can consider this together with all of the responses to the many questions that have been posed today, so that we can fully consider all those questions as well as the responses. However, that should not be taken as the fact that it gets passed through today should not be taken as a hint or commitment that this will actually be passed as a final program, and certainly not in its current form. With that, I will ask all those on the Finance Committee who are in favor of this, passing this matter on to the full legislature, please say aye. And I'm an A. And so we have 6-1. And right now we have several more items to go. 6-1. We have several items. Those would be 299, and then on the addendum, we have three, let's see, 338 and 343. There's a motion on that by Ms. Walker, seconded by Ms. Ford. And we have a motion for executive session by Ms. Ford and seconded by Mr. Lafazan. All those in favor of going into executive session, please say aye. Any opposed? We're in executive session, and members of the Rules Committee are invited as well. All right, let's finish this finance right now. We have our members here. Do we? No. Who are we missing? Okay, fine. So on items number 299, 332, and 333, all those in favor of those settlements, please say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
No opposed. We have that done unanimously. Yes. Legislator
I said aye.
Ford
I said aye. I don't know if
emphatically
you heard me.
makes a motion to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnie. All right. As I said, Legislator Ford emphatically makes a motion to adjourn. And that is seconded by Legislator Birnbaum. All those who are willing to adjourn, please say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we're adjourned.
It's 343, right? 343
Punishment for staying late.
Okay, Vinny and Arnie, stay online.
All right, I'm here.
I'm here.
I'm here.
All right, I'm going to call the Rules Committee out of recess. What we're going to do is call the one item that was just went through finance, settlement. I'm then going to go out of recess, and we're going to be calling an emergency meeting of the legislature to consider that same item. So, it actually, it's item 343, a resolution authorizing the acting county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of the county against Endo Health Solutions, Inc. Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. Any debate or discussion on that item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Putting the Rules Committee in recess. I am going to call the meeting of August 2nd of the full county legislature out of recess. I had put it into recess when we concluded. So I'm going to call that meeting out of recess. What do I do to establish an emergency? Oh, they did? Chris, is that? Okay, oh, great. Yes, I'm going to reconvene the Rules Committee now and call the consent items, so we move through the calendar. All right. Item 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 273, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 285, 286, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, 316, 326, 330. Okay. Those are the items on the consent calendar for the main calendar, so let's vote on those. Is there any further debate or discussion on those items? Yes, thank you. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All those items before us, they went through committees a few moments ago, and it's been agreed by the minority that no further debate or discussion is needed at this time. All in favor of those items signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, they all carry unanimously. I did not count the consent items on the addendum because I hadn't taken a motion to suspend the rules, so we'll do that now. Motion by Legislator DeRidge-Whitten to suspend the rules, seconded by Legislator Bino. All in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the rules are suspended. Okay. 327, 328, 329, 332, 333, 335, 336, 337, 338, 339, 340, 341, 342, 344, 345, 346, 347, 348, and 289. Again, these are items that went through committees moments ago, and it's been agreed by the majority and minority that no further debate or discussion is needed at this time, but we do need a motion. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of these consent items signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, they all pass unanimously. Since we're still waiting, we'll keep on going. Item 219 of 2021 is a resolution to ceremonially designate a portion of the county road known as Middle Neck Road at the corner of Cedar Drive and Great Neck as Great Gatsby Way. Motion by Legislator DeRidge-Whitten, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. Any debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. 275, resolution to accept a gift offered by the Alzheimer's Foundation of America to the Nassau County Departments of Parks, Recreation, and Museums. Motion by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. Any debate or discussion? You want to say a few words? I'm sorry you had to sit here all night.
I don't need to unless you need any answers. So.
Good choice. We're good. Thank you very much. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Okay. We have a number of resolutions to accept gifts offered by either the West Hempstead Fire Department and or the Nassau County Police Department Foundation. And these are 290, 291, 292, 293, 295, 296, and 297. Motion by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. All in favor signify by saying aye. Thank you. If you want me to read it. Okay. Okay, thank you. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to take another recess from rules and go right to full legislation. Everyone else who's here for the other committees. Okay. For the record, Legislator Bino did not vote, and/or participate in item 299, which was on the consent calendar, so that therefore it passes by a vote of 6-0 in the Rules Committee. Okay. Mike, you want to read the emergency?
Yes, thank you. An emergency resolution declaring an emergency for immediate action upon a resolution authorizing the acting county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of the County of Nassau against Endo Health Solution, Inc., Endo Pharmaceutical, Inc., Endo International, PLC, Par Pharmaceutical, Inc., and Par Pharmaceutical Companies, collectively, pursuant to the county law, the county government law of Nassau County, and the Nassau County Administration Code.
We need a motion to establish the emergency, which will be made by Legislator DeReggie Whitten, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any debate or discussion on the emergency? Okay. This is the full legislature now. All in favor of establishing the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Just let the record reflect that Legislator Muscarella, Bino, and Drucker are participating remotely. So now I call the items. Item 343 of 2021, a resolution authorizing the acting county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of the County of Nassau against Endo Health Solutions, Inc. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Birnbaum. Any debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Motion to adjourn the meeting of the legislature. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Aye. The legislature's adjourned. Finance people can go now. Good night.
Good night.
And
Yeah. I won't smile so much.
Let's reconvene in the Rules Committee. Item 310 of 2021 is a resolution to accept a gift offered by the United States Soccer Foundation to the County Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums. Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. Remember who's in the committee. Any debate or discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carry unanimously. The next several items are CRPs. I'll call them together. 318, 319, 320, 321, 322, 323, 324, 325. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute agreements with Rescue Hook and Ladder, Locust Valley Fire District, Baldwin Fire District, Village of Lynbrook, Village of Laurel Hollow, the Merrick Union Free School District, the Carl Place Union Free School District, and the Jericho Union Free School District. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator DeReggie Whitten. Any debate or discussion on these items? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? They carry unanimously. 331 is a resolution prohibiting Nassau County elected officials from postmarking or causing to be mailed mass mailings prior to an election. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All this does is apply the restrictions on county legislators to all county officials in connection with mailings within 45 days of an election. Any debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? That passes unanimously. Now to the first addendum. We have one item in the first addendum, which is 334, a resolution to accept a gift offered by the Nassau County Parks Conservancy. Moved by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any debate or discussion on this item? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, two items on the second addendum. 349, a local law to amend the Administrative Code of Nassau County in relation to the prohibition of discriminatory, anti-competitive business practices by companies that participate in boycott, divest, sanctions, and activities. Motion by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel. Did you want to give us the Cliff Notes?
Yeah, a simple Cliff Note version. Obviously, this is an extension of the anti-BDS legislation that we passed back, I believe, in 2016. We discovered through Ben & Jerry's, actually, and events that took place over the summer, that there was a loophole in the existing BDS law. This closes that loophole so that now if there is a company that engages in BDS activities, any county vendor is now prohibited from distributing or offering for sale any goods from that company that is participating in BDS activities on Nassau County property.
We are in complete support of it, but how is the enforcement occurred since we've passed the original bill since 2016? Have they been discovering individuals that have disclosed, well, in that case it was vendors, have they discovered that there were vendors during that time period that have been active in BDS activity that shouldn't be contracting with the county? Like, I'm just curious to see how, now that we've seen the bill for the last 5 years, how it's been enforced.
I'd have to ask the administration that.
I have the impression that it's kind of a hard thing to enforce, but it's certainly an important statement that we're making.
I agree.
And I think that's the essence of this. It could happen that we find out, and we do have now this one instance, Ben & Jerry's, we could, disseminate that to the vendors, but it's a statement.
It's more of, okay. I want to make sure that, if there was some type of enforcement mechanism that was occurring, I just wanted to get a greater understanding of how it was being done. But that being said, obviously we agree with the statement.
And in this particular case, it may very well be that, I don't know this for sure, I've been trying to avoid ice cream recently, but but it may be the case that we do offer Ben & Jerry's on county property, and that obviously would stop that from happening.
Okay. Any further debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Last item for tonight is a 350, which is a resolution to prohibit the inclusion of the name, likeness, or title of an elected official on any check, direct payment, or cash transfer, or any envelope, correspondence, or mailing accompanying the same to homeowners distributed by Nassau County pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act. Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. It's self-explanatory. Any debate or discussion on this? No. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn. Legislator Rhodes. Seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? We are adjourned.